Clock, and also a lovely bridge from the old days which connects Sylhet to the rest of the country. So we're back here to tell you that it is a long series, couple of test matches starting here in Sylhet, the first test match, and then to Dhaka and 3 T20s in Chattogram. Well, the Irish are here and they're warming up, and it's a pleasure to have Isabel Joyce alongside. Welcome to Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Delighted to be here, and I think those players that you can see there are only too delighted to have cricket again. Played England in September at home, and it was a long summer without any cricket before West Indies at the start of the summer. So good to see them back out on the pitch.
Just reconfirming the schedule, the first test starting here 19th and 23rd, and the second test in Mirpur on the 19th, 23rd, and then we all move for the 3 T20s on the 27th, 29th and the 2nd of December. Well, all important in a test match, particularly the status of the pitch. Ed Rainsford was down there, and these are his thoughts.
One of the most prettiest grounds you'll see in the world here in Sylhet, and I tell you what, it's beautiful cricketing weather. Right now 29 degrees, it'll rise to 31, and then a little bit of humidity at around 73, and a little bit of a breeze just to keep everybody comfortable. But for cricketing weather, superb. Now we come down to the playing surface. Before I get to the 22 yards, I just want to show you a little bit of a comparison. This is an unprepared part of the pitch, and then this is the prepared part. Look at how green this is, and look at how this is devoid of live green grass. We do see a little bit here and there, but they've taken a lot off it. Now I'll just come down to a surface here, and I tell you what, look at this crack just going down the middle of the surface, and that tells me perhaps a little bit of moisture has been taken out of this. And as the pitch progresses and as the test match progresses, it'll become even drier and drier. The main part for me is how much grass has been taken off this. And in saying that, I tell you what, the first part of this test match, I think the ball will be slow to come on. So you're going to have to be very circumspect in where and how you play the ball a little bit later, because both teams haven't played a great deal of test cricket recently. So you've got to be circumspect. You've got to be measured in how you approach this particular test match. And I feel the spinners will come into their own as the test match progresses. Again, coming down at this, if you're Ireland, you're looking at it and thinking, oh, this is foreign. But for Bangladesh, they're looking down at this and thinking, this is home. For me, probably want to win the toss and bat first.
Yeah, the all-important toss, and short while earlier, Atar Ali Khan was down there with the 2 captains and the match referee.
It's a bright and a sunny morning in Sylhet. We're all set and ready for the toss. Andy Prikov, the match referee, Andy Bulburn, the skipper from Ireland, and Nazmul Shanto, skipper from Bangladesh. Nazmul, you've got the coin? Tails is the call? You've won the toss. What have you decided?
Yeah, we're going to bat first today.
Any particular reason?
I think just getting out there, get the bat in hand. We've seen a few results here recently. And yeah, I think just predominantly in Bangladesh, trying to bat first and get a good score first would be good for us.
Yeah, when you talk about good results in the past, 3 test wins on the trot, that must have uplifted the whole morale of the team, but important to get you used to these conditions as quickly as possible.
That's exactly right. They're very alien conditions to us. We don't come out here too often. We enjoy playing cricket here. And yeah, just adapting as quick as we can and trying to get a big score on the board early will be great for us.
And the preparation, we've been here for a couple of days. How has it been going for you and your team?
Yeah, it's good. We had a good camp in Dubai leading into this. The heat is a bit different to what we're used to, but the guys are enjoying it. We're being looked after very well and looking forward to playing some cricket.
I believe that there are a few debutants in your team. Tell us about them.
Yeah, Jordan Neal, bowling all-round, is making his debut, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, batting at 3, is making his debut as well, so it's exciting.
And the combination of your team that is going on with the 11 today?
Yeah, 3 seamers and 2 spinners is what we're going with. That's kind of what has brought us success in the past, and hopefully it can do this week.
All right, all the best. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good luck.
Shanto, they won the toss. They've decided to bat. What you would have done if you...
I like to bat as well, but it doesn't matter the way wicket looks. I think it will be little moisture is there, so the seamer will get a lot of benefit on that wicket.
And a lot of white ball cricket in the recent past, but how important is it for you and your team to come back quickly in terms of white ball or red ball cricket?
Yeah, very important. I think if you look at our test cricket, we played for a long time, but the boys are really excited to play here. And if you look at our first class cricket, already everyone played a couple of matches there, so everyone really prepared themselves in this first class tournament.
And have you got a debutant in your team?
Yes, Hasan Murad, after a long time, he made his debut, and we are very excited to see his bowling.
Right, and important, since you're bowling first, your seamers need to do well, especially early on.
Yeah, obviously, I think in this condition, first couple of hours always help the bowlers, but I'm quite confident our seamers, along with the spinners as well.
Right, all the best.
Thank you.
Right, the news from the middle is that Ireland has won the toss and they have decided to bat first.
Ireland batting first, which means one of the debutants will be up the top. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 comes in for his debut for Ireland in Test cricket. Joining him on debut is Jordan Neal. He's a batter bowler. And keep an eye out as well for Harry Tector and Curtis Camphor. They'll be important. They want to score runs early on, Ireland. Lorcan Tucker, of course, scored a century last time Ireland played a test match in Bangladesh.
Yeah, Bangladesh have got Hasan Murad as the debutant, and there's a lot of experience. Mahmoodul Hasan Joy comes back into the team. Shanto will be hoping that his couple of pacers can really turn it on for them when they bowl. Right, so we're all set. The 2 teams have lined up for the anthems, and it's time for us to go and join them now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If able, please rise for the national anthem of Ireland, followed by Bangladesh.
Here we are, a proud moment for both teams. The national anthem is on and they're all set to go here for the first few deliveries to come up, because the test series is on. The Dutch-Bangla Bank, Bangladesh versus Ireland, and Ireland coming back here, and they'll be looking forward to assert their authority. They've won the toss, decided to bat, which is a good thing, so luck has favored them, and they've got to ride on that luck, Isabel.
Yeah, it was nice as a captain to win the toss early on. Andy Balbirnie knew exactly what he wanted to do. The stats do say you should bat first at this venue, and he's going to be one of the first coming out alongside the debutant 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. So he'll be happy. I think when you're on debut, if you can get out early on, that's always nice. And Curtis Camphor on your screen there, Lorcan Tucker, two very important members of the batting lineup. So for Bangladesh, they'll want to take wickets early, try and get into that middle order, because typically Ireland's middle to lower order are actually one of the strengths of this test side.
An important cog in the wheel will be Nahid Rana, the tall number 45 that you see there. He does generate a lot of pace on a very consistent basis, and he'll be hoping that he can be a little more tidy with his lines and lengths. That's one area he's struggled. He's got raw pace, but pace isn't everything. You've got to have the little nuances that make you into a very good bowler. And as you said, the most experienced, the skipper and the debutant coming out, there will be butterflies in the stomach, no question about that.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, this is a surprise to me, I have to say. Paul Stirling actually opening the batting. We usually see him in the middle order in Test cricket, so it's a big difference from Ireland. This is an attacking move because he likes to play his shots, Paul Stirling. He joins his Test captain, Andy Balbirnie. He's the white ball captain. So an interesting move from Ireland, opting to maybe, I'm looking forward to seeing where they put 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 actually, because it was mooted at home that he would get the opening slot.
Yeah, that's the reason why I said maybe the reason is that he's playing overseas and it's his first test match. Just don't give him exposure early on and put the pressure on him. Paul Stirling, surprisingly, playing the worst ever test match against Bangladesh, despite the fact that he's played 8 test matches before.
Yeah, it's the only opposition that Ireland have played that he hasn't played against. So yeah, a bit of a surprise. It was, wondered, would he continue playing Test cricket? He's kind of getting later on in his career. He's so important to Ireland's white ball cricket, but there's the captain of Ireland, Andrew Balbirnie, highest score of 95. He'll want to put that right and get his maiden Test century, but yeah, pretty consistent. And unfortunately, he doesn't have a spot in the ODI team anymore. He loves his Test cricket, though, and he'll be wanting to pile on the runs here early on.
Hopefully, the Irish team will be getting more exposure at the Test level, more Test matches to be played around the world. We're all set to go. Here he goes, Hassan Mahmood. Immediately into a line and length, and batter also getting behind the line. And that's good from both ends. I think bowlers would love to just get that first ball in the right area and the batter in the middle of the bat. Paul Stirling, we're talking about him, has got a lot of white ball cricket experience, and he's played white ball cricket against Bangladesh, but 150 and 100. Now that is very good, and that is what you'd like to replicate. Give his captain the start that Ireland need. 3 slips in a gully. Oh, that's wayward. Good job. He's got to work hard early in the day. Appreciated by his teammates.
Yeah, definitely after the first delivery being on the money, second one looking for the wonder ball. Gnagojci on Test debut today, a big moment for him as well. Don't forget, it's huge for umpires as well to be umpiring in Test cricket. Needs a lot of fitness. Ashan Raza, 24th Test match for him, huge experience.
Again, he's got back into his rhythm, got back into his line. We know that Hassan Mahmood, one of the Bangladeshi bowlers who can move the ball about. Well, Andy Pycroft is the match referee from Zimbabwe, and Richard Illingworth is our TV umpire. Very experienced, that pair up there in the cool of the AC in that box.
Yeah, you and I were out there a little bit earlier, and it was just starting to warm up. We skedaddled inside the commentary box. I'm sure it'll be starting to get warm for the players out there, and that will continue throughout the day.
Nice delivery. Oh, almost got it on. He's got him. Yes, there's the appeal from the keeper, and the dreaded finger went up. Well, the leg before is the decision given. Might go for a review. Seemed to have been striking just outside the line of off. What do you reckon? They've taken the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision on field is out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at front on, please? Okay, just rock that back. Roll through. Doesn't look like any inside edge there. Can we confirm that with ultra edge, please? Okay, just rock that guff. Roll through. Can we rock that back, please? Can we go back? Yeah, okay, so I've got a gap there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to where before the ball goes through, please. Okay, roll through nice and slowly. Okay, we'll roll through there. I've got a very clear gap between bat and the ball, so we'll, although the spike is there on ultra edge, but there's no way the ball could have hit the bat there because there is such a big gap between the bat and the ball. Okay, we'll go through to ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, umpire's call is the impact. Wickets is hitting. Go back to Sam on field to stay with the original decision of out.
Well, he's given his first decision, took a bit of time. Sam Nagoski, and the skipper has to walk back rather disconsolately. A tough job for the third umpire, Richard Illingworth. Andy Bilburney goes without scoring 0 for 1. Well, Ireland in a spot about early on. Touch and go, that last decision, but went in favor of the bowling side. Debutant Cade Carmichael comes in. And we're still in the first over. A lot has happened. A review taken, which went in favor.
Yeah, made his one-day international debut earlier in the summer. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 impressed. He was nice and tidy, good against seam bowling. 2 50s and 1 century in his first-class career.
A quick look at that leg before. Tondash went up first. It was just impacting. It was umpire's call. But while looking at that ultra edge, there seemed to be a bit of a gap between bat and pad, despite the fact there was a spike shown. He got his first wicket, and wasn't he happy?
Nice confident move forward from 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, probably what was missing for Andy Balbirnie in his dismissal. Early on, his feet can just get a little bit lazy. Didn't get forward to the ball, and you're never too happy when you get hit in the back pad, are you? Especially early on. Maybe he was thinking there'd be movement away. There's a pretty packed slip cordon there. And in the end, I think he was pretty disappointed with how long it took to get the decision, and he would have been seeing on the screen that there was a spike from ultra edge, but Richard Ellingworth quite correctly saw there was a gap between the bat and the ball.
Oh, now that's going to be pretty close. His appeal more vociferous this time than the last time around. Ball seemed to be angling in. Now, are the bowling unit thinking about a review? No, the first over is done. It's a wicket maiden to start off with. 0 for 1 Ireland.
Just touch you, Polly. Just fraction. Yeah, that's it. Right arm over.
Right at the bottom of the list, Hassan Murad, spinner, left arm orthodox, debuting for Bangladesh, and Mahmoud Hassan Joy back in the opening slots. Of a wealth of experience. Mushfiqur Rahim playing in his 99th test match, and Ireland have got 2 debutants, Kate Carmichael and Jordan Neal. This is Nahid Rana.
First runs for Ireland. Confident move forward from Paul Stirling, who has been watching from the other end, as he so often does, gets up and running quickly. A move up to the top of the order in Test cricket for him, so interesting to see a little shuffle in the Ireland lineup. PJ Moore used to open the batting with Andy Balbirnie.
Have a look at the last ball of the last over. Just that angle, where did it impact? Impacting in line, but that angle and that bit of extra height maybe taking it over. That's why Bangladesh did not bother to go for the review. The right thing to do too.
I'm always interested. It must be tough for umpires early on to gauge what length they think that the ball will go over the top of the stumps. It was a heavy ball, but would have been difficult to decide beforehand what you think a length that you're not going to give out is, but I think he got that one right.
Just a hint of movement away, and that's what's going to be a little bit apprehension will be there from the batters on which way the ball's going to move. I'll have a look at the wicket. There's a glossy top, and always known Sylhet for its sporting wickets. You had a good look at it. What do you reckon?
I think definitely today is the best day to bat on it. Even early on, it doesn't look like there's going to be too many gremlins in the pitch. So a good toss to win for Andy Balbirnie, because late on in the test, you'd imagine it'll dry up and get more difficult.
3 slips and a gully in position for Nahid Rana with a backward point and a cover, sort of shortest extra cover on the offside. A mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg on the boundary. Oh, nice looking shot, but good work diving to his left. Maybe the timing a little awry, but the intention's pretty clear. Whenever width is given, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, it looked brilliant, didn't it, when he played it? I thought that was going to be racing towards the boundary, but Just as you said, not quite the contact he would have wanted, and a good piece of fielding as well. Found himself unlucky, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, not to get off the mark there. A couple of fielders on the offside.
It'll always be good to see the attitude of a newcomer, particularly in the Test arena. How does he face the bowlers? Is he cowed down by the opposition, by the pace that he knows that Rana can achieve, or is it going to be playing his natural game?
Yeah, he's young, isn't he, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, so you always think they lack that bit of fear that you gain as you get a little bit older. But having watched him in domestic cricket and against the West Indies earlier this year, he looks like an organised cricketer, and I think those couple of deliveries show that. He knows the lengths he wants to play.
And whenever it's going to deviate, he's going to take full toll of it. Lovely roll of the wrist, and off it goes to the boundary. That is a very, very nice looking boundary.
Just slightly too straight on this occasion from Rana, and he's paid the full price. Great head position. You have to have a good head position to play this shot. Not a bad length, but just keeps on going in towards leg stump and just about manages to stay still, whip the hands through and get Ireland's boundary count up and running.
Now Rana generating pace now, 146 clicks, the last one. Short, and that didn't rise from that kind of length. Surprised the batter with the pace once again. Overdone, it's 5 for 1.
Check centre, please, on Paris. Is that the right one there? You got it, that's it. Thank you.
We're at the lovely Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, so picturesque. The surrounds, nice ground to come and watch the true form of cricket. A lot of responsibility on Paul Stirling. Pushes that nicely. Timed it well. It's going to be a teaser, and eventually it's hauled in. That's good work. They might go for a boundary check.
On debut, you've got lots of energy, don't you, Hassan Murad? Chase this all the way down. The problem is going with the foot out first. That's what's made it a possibility. It's gone for 4, but I think he's done really well. Lifted the leg and misses the 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
That's pretty acrobatic. Realization that you need to just lift your leg, ensure it doesn't touch the wedges, and flick it back before you slide into that. There's going to be a run saved, and a crucial run too. Well done, young man.
Particularly impressed by the fact that he didn't actually touch the 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Didn't have to do any running repairs on the boundary. Always good to see some travelling support.
Again, deviation down the leg side, and every time you do that, you play into the hands of the batter. The chase on here, this time around, the ball is going to get there first. It's a good-looking shot.
Yeah, almost a replay from the last over, just slightly towards leg stump. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, he does get the foot a little bit too offside, but has the head position and good hands that he can get around that front pad and send it to the boundary for his second.
He wouldn't mind that at all. A couple of balls down the leg side, which he put away with utmost comfort. It's going to lift his spirits, give him the confidence. Talking about gremlins in your stomach, or gremlins, or butterflies in your stomach, correction, but doesn't seem to have that, which is excellent. Solid. Once it's a good ball, that's what you need to do. Get right behind the line and put a dead bat to it.
I think for both these opening bowlers, the balls that have gone for 4 in the leg side, they weren't that bad down the leg side. It's just clearly a strength of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Wants to get to the offside. He was protecting his off stump, and if you just get even slightly towards leg stump, he's not afraid to play his shots. So change in the field, one of those catchers coming out into cover, just giving a little bit more protection.
Surprises me a little. I think you need to continue. The ball is only in the third over. And that just gives you the signal to the batter. Maybe he has won this little fight early on.
Well, they won't know much about 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, of course, on debut, but I think it signals that they think their best chance of dismissing him is actually LBW or bowled. You've seen his front pad, he gets a little bit too close to the ball maybe, and with the angle in, if you can keep him back in the crease a little bit and keep him in line with the stumps, then I think that's probably how you think you're going to get him. Even that shot just there, it was kind of on off stump and he played it to mid-on, which is a little bit of a worry.
That is the line. And that is the line you want to hold. Maybe bring it back in. Hassan Mahmood does move the ball either way. So he will be tempting Cade to just try and drive down the line on the offside or through the covers and maybe induce an edge if you can get the ball to nip away off the seam, maybe. Not too much swing around.
And that's why that cover field is a little bit of a surprise, I suppose. If that's the line you're going to bowl, then maybe leave that gap open. Have an extra catcher in. Just bang away on a line outside off and see can you get the false shot out of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Nice. Just tap and run wide of Mushfiqur Rahim to end that over. It's been a good over with the bat. 8 runs from it. It's 13 for 1. I heard you this time. Paul Sterling and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, yes, carrying on after the loss of the skipper without scoring, but Ireland will be telling themselves, look, so far we haven't done too badly. Maybe lost a wicket, but we've got the bat virtually in the middle of the ball in the middle of the bat, and that was another little quick one from Nahid Rana. Is generating pace, and this is something of a concern maybe.
Well, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 has been brought in up the top of the order because they reckon he's very good against the quicker bowling. So he'll have to deal with some decent pace. 146, the fastest from Rana. I think he's just about found the right length as well to... Batter's a little bit worried. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 so far, he's stepped up to the task.
Again, an area that Carmichael favors is the one that angles straighter or angles down the leg side. He's so comfortable in tucking it away.
Yeah, he is good at that area, but he looked troubled a little bit in that delivery. Didn't look quite as comfortable. The length was the difference. When he's able to play it easily, kind of a pad length, a pad height, I should say, correction, then it looks comfortable. But that looks a lot less comfortable. And maybe a catcher on the leg side. If you're going to bowl straight at him, maybe that's the way to go.
I got the splice of the bat on that occasion. Now short, and Paul Sterling is not going to miss out on a juicy long hop. Wide, asking to be punished and put away.
You just can't bowl there to Paul Sterling. The line was perfect for him. Didn't really have to do much rather than get the hands through. Nice height for him, lots of space, and just so good to watch. Ireland's most experienced players across the 3 formats.
Oh, finished. And I think it's just falling short or just missed it. Oh, narrow escape there. Shadman Islam made it go, but could not latch on.
Great comeback. Just the change in line that does the damage. Has to get the hands up. Maybe on that length, he should be leaving it, but I reckon that carried. Just trickled out. Difficult as a slip fielder, but yeah, Rana disappointed as you'd expect. I'd be pleased to have got the chance anyway.
Well, could have been further damage to Ireland if that catch had been taken. It was a tough one, but at this level, I suppose you expect those to be taken. Fingertips for Shadman went in a hurry, as it would if you're a slip fielder. Got to anticipate that. Here's another look at it. Rose up on him, got the edge, the shoulder of the bat. I think that should have been taken. And that's a lovely looking shot. That eases it through. Sheer timing. And they get a couple of runs to finish over number 4. It's 20 for 1.
It's a lovely ground here, and the surroundings are even better. The tea gardens are all around the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Picturesque. Again, he's been eyeing the stump area, Hassan Mahmood, and there's a hint of movement also. He tried to flick it away. Carmichael on debut, so he needs to be a little bit circumspect, because if he can survive, I know there was a bit of a pressure, anyone who's on debut, but have a look at that movement. He's trying to flick it away, he misses it completely, and let's see where it struck him. Probably just, inside the line. Nothing much from the keeper or the bowler was interested, surely. Good morning, Edward Rainsford. Welcome back to Bangladesh.
Morning, Azza. Fantastic to be here. One of my favorite cricket grounds around the world, as we have confirmation from Ultra Edge. There's a little bit of bat involved. A clear plan here by Bangladesh, just to draw him across the crease and then bring one back. And these are the subtle adjustments that Carmichael have to make and learn on the job. Yeah, one of my biggest concerns for the likes of Ireland is that their last test match was against Zimbabwe in February. And so there's a rhythm of playing test cricket, isn't there? There's a feel for it. And with such a big gap between February and November, to then come in foreign conditions, in tough conditions, the learnings, as I said, would have to be on the job. 10 matches they've played, they've won 3, they've lost 7. But I get concerned with the rhythm and wanting to sink your teeth into the contest.
Take it. Oh no, he's dropped it. He went straight in and straight out. That's the second catch going down. This time it's Tajul Islam.
You got to take your catches. 𝗂𝗚 not afraid to play his shots. Goes on to the pool. Yeah, goes straight in and straight out. It's not a difficult one.
Must have damaged some something there, because he's just walking away, walking towards the dressing room at Taijul Islam. Usually they have put a really good standard. You can see a bit of a blood there. Hopefully he's fine. It's the right hand. Remember, he's a left-arm orthodox, so it's the bowling hand is okay. He'll get a little bit of treatment there, and hopefully he should be back in. Usually they do set a very high standard in the field, but so far it's only been a half an hour or so, and they've dropped twice, 2 catches already. Just the fingertips. Maybe better idea would have been to take 1 step closer to the ball, and maybe the ball would have gone a little bit towards the waist high.
Yeah, good point. You know, they always talk about walking in and getting into a position of power, and also cutting down the angles. Zaki Alia on for Taijul Islam. Yeah, just to cut that little bit of distance as well, and got him into a little bit of a better position.
And I think it really didn't come that quickly, because if it does come quickly to a fielder, then it can surprise you. But that one didn't go at really good speed. That's the reason why I feel that perhaps Taijul Islam could have taken a step towards the batter.
As I mentioned, one of my favorite cricket grounds in the world, Sylhet, situated in the heart of the Tea Gardens. Beautiful stadium. It welcomes Test cricket.
It's stunning, isn't it? Play and a miss. 24. Yeah, we mentioned earlier that they've only played 10 test matches, so not a lot of experience, but have a look at what they've done in the last 3 test matches. Win against Afghanistan by 6 wickets, 2024, then twice went on to win against Zimbabwe. So they've got, if I may say so, got that mojo back in terms of test cricket. And once you get into that kind of a mindset, knowing that how to get used to playing test cricket, and at the same time go on to win test matches, that is a big plus point.
Yeah, that graphic there, when you look at 2024 when they beat Zimbabwe, that was in Ireland around June, July 2024, and then their next test match is in February 2025. My concern is the gap and the amount of cricket they're playing, test cricket especially, and not having that consistent amount of test cricket. Another one goes down. They're not holding on to them. Mehedi Hasan, I think it is now.
And he's one of the best fielders. It's quite shocking to see what they've done in the field so far. Now, what has he done to his finger? That is his right hand. That is his bowling hand. And looks like he might have done something as you were running across. But again, a pretty relatively straightforward opportunity. It's just like catching practice, isn't it?
Hey, totally need to hold on to those. I was watching them this morning taking these catches. So the preparation is there, but the execution isn't quite there in match intensity. And yet another one has to leave the field with a little bit of an injury. to the fingers. And both spinners are off the field.
I'm just thinking what's going on in the minds of someone like Nahid Rana. Second catch of his bowling has not been taken. And it is not really something that the fans will be looking forward to, will be disappointed. Surely. And the last one should have been taken, if not all three of them. Now they've dropped 3 catches in 3 overs. Now what can you ask from a bowler? Bowler is there to produce opportunities.
The one about this catch here is that it's Paul Stirling, and you don't want to give him one opportunity, then a second opportunity, because he can hurt you.
A fair point. Now the fielder at square leg has just gone 15 yards back. And it's about absorbing the pressure. You talk about Test cricket, especially the first hour. Remember, it's Ireland who won the toss and decided to bat first. So now that they have had a bit of a start, there have been a bit of a hiccup in here and there. The 3 catches being dropped. But to look at someone like Carmichael, who's making his debut, it's of mighty importance to just hang in there. Be patient. Got himself a spot of bother there, just cramped him up. He can bowl some quick deliveries.
He sure can. And Carmichael here has a little bit of a grin on his face. A wry smile, some would say, because he gets himself in all sorts of a tangle here. This comes on very quickly. Sights it there and thinks, oh, play the pull shot, maybe not. Because of that catcher through the leg side, who's about 10 or 15 off the boundary.
You're caught in 2 minds, whether to play at it or leave it. But in the end, he survives. There's a fielder at short leg also. Better. It looks quite organized when he plays in the weed. When he comes back for a comfortable second. I mean, as a batter, you need to stick to your stronger areas where you think that you can go and score runs. But also important, as a top order batter, need to have a really good, solid defense. Lovely, beautiful, isn't it? Very, very beautiful stadium. Better leave, in control. That's a really good leave. Ireland 23 for 1.
Yeah, we continue to have superb visuals of this stadium here in Sylhet, courtesy of drone.
Lovely delivery. What a beautiful peach of a delivery from Hassan Mahmood.
Paul Stirling didn't know much about this. And this one does come back sharply. Yes, look at how he gets into position, stays leg side, does Paul Stirling, and it's the bounce that saves him, really, because it comes back a very long way. Good work by the keeper as well.
He's been impressive, Hassan Mahmood. especially with the ones that comes back into the right-hander. Has been spot on.
I want to go back to your point at the end of the previous over, absorbing pressure, getting a sense of the conditions. With a slightly earlier start, it's a 9:30 start, so the ball's going to do a lot more for a little bit longer. So as a batter, you really got to find out what your technique will have to offer to this particular pitch, playing the ball a little bit later, not trying to be overly expansive. More importantly, understanding your defense, understanding what to play and what to keep out. So we've just gone 10 past 10. The ball seems to be doing even more. And losing your skipper in the very first over. Now you've got to be circumspect to try and build this innings. Go back to the comments of Andy Balbirnie and thinking that the first innings is so crucial to Ireland and getting runs on the board.
Nicely played. Stand and deliver. He's so strong, square of the wicket on both sides. And he latches onto it for another boundary.
This is vintage Paul Stirling. As I mentioned, likes to stay a little bit leg side of the ball. So he frees up the offside. Superb shot.
He loves the width on either side and doesn't hold himself back. Has been the key feature. He's been lucky, not once but twice. I think also important to look at when you talk about opportunities to play more test matches, Ed. It's also important to see the number of first-class matches that the players get an opportunity to play. '78 first-class matches for Paul Stirling. A non-striker, Carmichael. Only 5 first-class matches. And he's found himself an opportunity, another lovely-looking stroke to finish the over. So 4 more, 31 for 1. Yeah, a couple of lovely looking shots in the previous over from Paul Stirling. Be disappointed, Nazmul Shan, to see those catches being dropped. Continuing with the pace from both ends. Not the right line. Way down the leg side.
Yeah, another lovely looking shot by Paul Stirling. Yeah, the control there is what really you want to just keep your eye on. Right under his eyes, and then a subtle opening of the face of the bat. Real strength of a Paul Stirling.
on the up, but he's played that nicely. He should come back for the second. He does. Yeah, when you see batters play those particular shots that we've seen, especially from the bat of Paul Stirling and a couple of from Carmichael, you tend to understand that the pitch is quite nice to bat on. There will be movement. We mentioned it that it's an early start, so the new ball will have a bit of a lateral movement, which is fine. That's the opener or a top order job, is to go and see the new ball off. Once you start doing that, then the condition starts to favor you. And I think the bigger question in the minds of the batters from Ireland will be, how will they cope up against spin department of Bangladesh? It's still early days, but as a batter, when you spend that much time in the middle, you start to feel a little bit more confident. So that's even a bigger challenge. But so far, so good. With take out those drop catches, not their mistakes. They're there. It was there to be taken. So they're still there. So it's important that they continue in the same fashion.
Yeah, a difficult one to play. And I was just going to go on the flip side of your point, in that when you concentrate a little bit on the batting, I was just going to look at the bowling. And this particular ball for me has been bowled at the right time, because you talk about spin and when the spinners will come into play. The seamers, this is a rife time for them to be enjoying the conditions. And the key part of that is line and length, and what length you're looking to bowl and what length you're going to bowl consistently with this new ball. And so this is a key purple patch for the fast bowlers.
And they've only gone with 2 frontline seamers. So that's another area that they'll be thinking, okay, how long do you want them to continue to bowl? I mean, that's what Nazmul and Shanto needs to pick the right time to make the right change. So they haven't gone with this third seamer, so which suggests that they will rely more on spin. But it's you got to hand it to the seamers, because they've done their job. They've created the chances, they've created the opportunities, but it was not taken. He looks okay now. Taijul Islam.
Overball.
34 for 1. Yeah, when you talk about spin, have a look at what they've done in this cricket for Bangladesh. Madison Miraj with 205 and Taijul Islam with 237 wickets. Hassan Mahmood, the early days for him, 13 test matches, 35 wickets. Nahid Rana, very young, 24 in 10. Talk about spin, there's a change. Taijul Islam in the attack.
Yeah, you asked the question and there's the answer. When will the spinner come on? And he's a fabulous bowler. Look at those figures. One thing about Taijul Islam is that he can bowl long spells. And so yes, it will add some sort of balance to the bowling lineup, because he can hold up an end, but very effective. And so for the first time this morning and in this test match, Ireland will have to contend with a little bit of spin.
Might be quite a lot of spin. Right after just 8 overs, spin. I mean, as a batter, you got to play to the merit of the delivery. Forget about who's got the ball in his hand. He's got tons of experience. He knows these conditions more than anyone else. Number of wickets that he has taken, Taijul Islam. That's the beauty of the game. As a batter, you want to take that challenge. You want to go and do well against any opposition, wherever you play.
So the tempo of the game changes now, where Hassan Mahmood was asking a lot of questions. And so for Ireland now have to look at the different tempo of how to play their spinners. From Bangladesh, have a look at this one. Slightly holds in the surface. Little bit of purchase. And so for me, it's the approach, because it's not going to be easy. What will be the approach? Will it be sweeping? Will it be deep in your crease? Will you be using your feet in the preparations leading up to this test match?
Yeah, I think you might expect that from someone like Paul Stirling, with the kind of experience that he had. But Carmichael on debut will probably take some time, and it'll be good because you just want to see what the ball is doing when the spinners are on. Coming onto the bat, whether it's getting a bit of a grip, bit of a turn. So it all adds on. 34 for 1. Beautifully lit, a lot of green, lovely trees, and all. If you add to that the tea gardens, the surrounding around the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium makes it a gem. Look at that, beautiful. He continues, Nahid Rana.
I like that last delivery, a nice length, because it draws the batter forward. He's already created enough opportunities that just haven't been taken. But this particular length and this particular line just asked Paul Stirling to come onto the front foot, and you can just see maybe playing a little bit away from his body.
Not only he gets that bounce that we're talking about, he's a tall lad, Nahid Rana, but he does have the skills to move the ball both ways. He's been good. Unlucky, but pretty effective. And has gone through it. He really wanted to reach out to make sure he had some bat on that.
Gosh, this takes off. Pace again and bounce. Paul Stirling, you're right, looking to play the ramp, make use of the bounce and that little bit of extra pace.
Now the question is why, but understandably because of the fact that he does play similar kind of shots. Right, it's gone wide for a boundary. They've posted a fielder at a deep cover point because he's very strong again on a shorter side.
Yeah, runners an excellent find for Bangladesh as we look at the speeds. and how much he's generating. 140, 144, 142, 145. And so hovering around that mid 145 and then pushing it up to 147. And you can't just buy pace, can you? When you find it, man, you got to take care of it. Shaun Tate will be enjoying working with him.
Yeah, he picked up a fifer early when Bangladesh toured Pak. Against Pakistan, he got 4-for. It was West Indies when he picked up a fifer. So he's been mighty impressive. You speak about his pace, but he's also a wicket-taking option for Bangladesh. Best bowling's in Test. There you go, right at the top. 5 for 61 at Sabina Park and 4 for 44. Cuts away. Not a bad idea to have that fielder in that position, especially when Paul Stirling on strike.
Yeah, another good point. Because they put that fielder there and block off the boundary, then starting to make Paul Stirling think about playing such a good shot and only just getting the one. Whereas before, he'd have been getting a boundary. And so to some degree, it'll frustrate the batter because on most occasions, he's thinking at this early stage of a test match, I should be picking up a boundary there. Bangladesh have said to him, well, it'll just be the one. Where will you pick up your boundaries as someone who's ultra positive?
And they've kept him busy. Third single of and this over in that direction. He's only played 5 first-class matches, Carmichael. And he's picked up 100 and a couple of 50s already. That's why the interest shown by the selectors believe that he's someone who can carry on and shoulder the responsibility right at the top of the order. Looks pretty organized. Good stop from the keeper. Single to finish the over. It's 44 for 1.
Yeah, you got legs to there, Paul, that's it.
Yeah, this is the match summary when these two times faced each other last time. That was in Mirpur in 2023, where Bangladesh won the match by 7 wickets. It's a match where Taijul dominated, 9 wickets for him. That has played a vital role in Nazrul Hasan Shanto going to Taijul, bringing him in as the first bowling change just in the 9th over. Very good morning to you, Izzy. Well, Sylhet is not unknown to you, as far as I know.
No, it's great to be back. Last time I was here, I had the playing kit on. Definitely more comfortable sitting up here than it was right there. Nice and hot here in Sylhet. But a lovely ground, and I really enjoyed my time in Bangladesh. The couple of times I got to play here. Coming back for a second, I think Cade Carmichael thought it was just going to be a little single, but Paul Stirling keen to get runs while the going's good. Yeah, I really enjoyed. We played against Australia here, and it was a packed house in under lights. So while we didn't get the win, we got the atmosphere.
That's something we do guarantee, the atmosphere here. Of course, this being a weekday. Particularly for white ball cricket, but yeah, this being a weekday, we not having a full house here at the Sylhet International. Very scenic stadium, of course, but still do see some crowd in. Some youngsters in the sunshed. Get the win, but I suppose you got some wickets here, so must have good memories.
Yeah, I have good memories of Meg Lanning getting a century against us, unfortunately, but did get a few wickets, yes. There's the crowd you're talking about. They've found the spot in the shade. I'm really interested to see here now how these two batters go about playing the spin of someone like 𝗫𝗫𝗪, who's got so much experience.
That's why that fielder has been placed there at short mid-wicket. Then the over, 47 for 1.
Come on, guys, bowler ready.
.47 for 1. So the partnership is between Carmichael and Paul Stirling, 47. Got opportunities, but now they're at the stage where they're going to make the most of it. Nahid Rana to continue. That's a good-looking shot. And we'll get 4 for it.
Shot to bring up the 50 for Ireland of real class and style from Paul Stirling. You cannot give him any width. At this length, he'll get the hands through, and he's been waiting for that kind of line because there is a fielder out there who he's been toying with. That fielder in point, deep point, didn't even bother to try and get there because the placement was perfect. It's pretty much exactly how you want to play the back foot drive.
In two minds on that occasion. Previous shot, though, was a shot of confidence for me.
Yeah, and look, I think that this is why Paul Stirling maybe hasn't been up the top of the order for Ireland, because he just has that run-scoring mindset where that just wasn't necessary. The fielder had come out from slip, one fielder had come out and gone into cover. So rather than trying to miss him, you can see him there kind of in the middle of mid-off and point, and rather than trying to miss him, he's tried to be a little bit too clever. Tried to go between maybe gully and point for a boundary. And maybe he should have just let it go through to the keeper. So be interesting to see, does he put that shot away? Does he keep on taking the attack to Bangladesh? You'd imagine that's what the coaching staff have told him to do, coming up at the top of the order to try and get the team off to a good start, because in and around 300 is what you're looking for from this first innings. One from 66 between those two.
Rush for a bit, did Paul Stirling. He's taking it easy. Hassan Mahmood does have a good arm.
Look, when you're playing long format cricket, you want to save as much energy as possible. So Paul Stirling was saving some by going maybe a little bit too slowly for the single. He was kept honest by the field, but luckily he had one eye on the fielder from an Irish perspective. Changing the field for Cade Carmichael, of course. They've seen how strong he is on the leg side, so that one fielder on the off side comes across to leg. I expect That Rana will bowl nice and tight to the stumps.
Rose up on the batter. Well dealt with by Carmichael. They were making it seem far more easy in this over, facing Nahid Rana, who does have some serious gas.
Yeah, but I think with 𝗂𝗃𝗃 down the other end, they'll be thinking, right, scoring, we need to try and score off Rana. He's the one that we're going to try and milk for some runs, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃 you'd expect will be a little bit tighter down the other end. Don't mind not scoring heavily off the spinner if they can make the runs down the other end.
Nicely behind it. A run a ball over. Ireland 53 for 1. There's time for the players to hydrate. It will be drinks. Ireland captain Andy Balbirnie winning the toss and decided to have a bat first, and they've got a decent start, courtesy of Carmichael and Paul Stirling. There were opportunities for the home side though. Bowlers, well, they were looking forward to the moisture, making the most of it, and Hassan Mahmood did early on get the better of Andy Balbirnie. Then came in the debutant in Kate Carmichael, who's looking good on the deliveries onto his pads. Whenever room was offered, it was no surprise that Stirling was onto it, but that occasion was dying on Shadman Islam. Tough one to take, a couple of catches, one in 3.4, the other in 4. In the 5th over, 4.4. In total, 3 catches going down, 2 of Paul Stirling, 1 of Carmichael, but then they make amends by hitting shots like these. Looking far better now. As we go into the drinks break, Shanto's used 3 bowlers so far. 10 overs of spin and 2 overs of spin. Hassan Mahmood getting the breakthrough. Nahid Rana will be feeling rather unlucky. But this can be a very tricky time right after there's a lapse in concentration. Yes, you do need to hydrate. The sun is out, baking out there in the Sylhet International. But you need to turn your focus mode on again.
Yeah, spot on. It's a dangerous time. It's been well documented straight after drinks. You do have to take that rest period. We saw the umbrella come out to offer some respite to the 2 Ireland batters, but can they refocus straight away? I think Bangladesh will be pleased it's the spinner 𝗂𝗃𝗃 who will be on straight away after drinks. I think it's telling that these two, look at the strike rates between them. Carmichael 18 from 39. He's more watchful in at number 3. Stirling 29 from 29. What you'd expect from an attacking batter like him. But yeah, it's tough when you come out from, tough when you come back from drinks and you've had that little bit of respite. Then the sun hits you again. Focus. Bangladesh fielders need to refocus, having had a look at those highlights, lowlights for the fielding team. A purple patch of 3 overs where chances were coming, but I'll be disappointed not to have held on to at least one. I reckon that catch in mid-wicket probably the worst of the 3.
Ball quick from Taijul, just testing the batter out right after the break.
You really question the decision from Carmichael to go on the back foot there. Obviously had a decision before the ball was bowled he was going to.
You mentioned the strike rate, that the balls phased by both the batters, is he? That's something that Bangladesh, the bowlers, the camp would be looking at and would be hopeful. Okay, they're playing their strokes. Might give them another opportunity. It's more like a Paul Sterling. If he gets going, continues, he can be very destructive. Chanto being proactive as he always is as a skipper. Forward short leg, which has been now moved to short cover. More of a short mid-off, if I may say.
I was trying to decide if I agreed with you there about the positioning. It's kind of between extra and mid-off almost. There's a long off as well. He'll be struggling to see the ball down there. Really tight field with 3 fielders on the boundary as well. The deep cover point, I would say, deep backward square and then long off. So very exacting from the skipper.
Too good, TJ, too good, TJ. I
think the idea is not to give away those easy singles. The batters played out. So nicely played from Taijul on that occasion. Played it late off the back foot. Will get 4.
Yeah, real flair from Paul Sterling. Quite full, but had the width to get the hands through the line. As we said so often so far this morning, just not there. And the fielder in the deep, not quite on the boundary, didn't have an opportunity. It just kept going away from him, truth be told. Shows you cannot afford to err in your line here.
Charges the bowler. The flat shot will get back-to-back boundaries. Paul Sterling will end the over with this 62 for 1.
Change left arm round.
Beautiful view of the stadium. Still at International Cricket Stadium, but this was some approach from Paul Sterling. Aggression shown, not allowing Taijul to settle, coming down the track.
Yeah, a good moment for Ireland, but a bit of smart batting from Paul Sterling. Debutant. Into the attack. Nice moment for him, Hassan Murad. Starts with a pretty full delivery. I don't think that was what he meant to bowl, but go for any runs, just 24 years old. 165 wickets in first-class career, best of 8 for 119. He'd love to repeat that in this series.
Full toss. Did he manage to get fingers on it? Hassan Murad getting his debut. He was part of that U19 World Cup winning setup 2020 back in South Africa. Worked hard, toiled hard. Ooh. Was pretty close to his right hand. Slowing it down a bit, just varying the pace. He is a smart bowler. Just saw how his first-class career has panned out. 11 of those wickets came in just three innings at an economy of 3.02. The ongoing National Cricket League, which has earned him this place here in the side, and with two right-handers in the middle, I think it was a no-brainer that Shanto would be going for Hasan Murad. Opportunity, whenever you get such a platform, you want to make the most of it. Shanto not shying away, but giving him the ball. Received his cap from Taijul Islam, a stalwart, of course. Spin bowling, Bangladesh cricket, presenting the cap to Hasan Murad. Must be a proud moment for him. Greeted by the players, welcome to the dressing room. How did you feel when you got your first national cap?
I don't know if I can remember that far back. Yeah, it was a big moment. I played it against India. A certain other player debuted on that day, Mitali Raj. Big day for both of us. I went 0 for 50, she got 100. So slightly different, but look, always a big moment. And I think debuting in Test cricket, I only played one Test myself, but your first one you never forget. There's some kind of issue with the stumps here, so the Basher's getting another break. I'm sure some water will be being brought out. You take every opportunity you can. Okay, Carmichael out in the middle. He's taking an opportunity to have a drink, and it was his turn a little bit earlier to get his cap from Gary Wilson, assistant coach and mentor. It's been a big year for him, debuting in one-day internationals. Just about missed out on his first half century, made 48 against West Indies. Yeah, got the chance to talk to Cade before this tour. Says that they'll be playing lots of computer games. That's what they do these days on tour. We didn't bring computers with us back when I was playing, but yeah, he's a lovely character. And one thing that's been noticeable, I think, from how he's played today is something he's changed in his technique in the last year. He says that he used to have a trigger, and now he's taken that out. He wants to be nice and still and get the head towards the ball. And the way he's played into the leg side, you can see that head position is really important.
This is how this Taj Mahal Bank series is scheduled. Just beginning the first test here in Sylhet today. Second test in Mirpur starts on the 19th of November. Then the 3 T20Is in Chattogram, Port City, the 27th, 29th, and the 2nd of December is the match concluding that series. This is how it pans out. Good to have Ireland back in Bangladesh again. The umpires seem to be satisfied with the stumps. Mentioned the test match you played, Izzy. Get back to that now for the right-handed Carmichael. Slipping short leg and plays, but faded through the line, got a single. So Ireland women's first test match. She played against Pakistan. Memories of that?
I remember it took a long time. It was only a day and a half or something. It was very different. No, it was a great experience because they were really young in international cricket then, in particular Pakistan. So it was a good experience for both teams. I didn't bowl in the first innings either, but took 6 in the second, so that made up for it.
Watchful. Yeah, the trap is set by Nazmul Hussain Shanto. The bait has been given. Again, can argue. Short mid-off. White is short of. That is there. Short leg no more. Got away with it on this occasion with that full toss. Hassan Murad will end the over. 63 for 1.
Now can you hear me?
Oh, 𝗚𝗚, welcome back.
Laying the foundation brick by brick. Carmichael and Sterling. 63 of 81. Very important partnership. Start of the day, having lost their captain, not sort of redeemed themselves. Now Bangladesh seem slightly desperate for a wicket. Attacking the stumps.
Yeah, look, I think those 3-drop catches will still be hurting, and the longer this partnership goes on, it'll just cut a little bit deeper for the captain, Najmal Hussain Shanto. Standing in slip, just trying to figure out where his next wicket is coming from. And you mentioned the batting partnership, this bowling partnership, very important. Last over from Miraj was a little bit wayward. He wasn't punished for some over-pitch deliveries, but you'd imagine Ireland will start to come up with plans for those.
Ball, TJ.
Rushing through the over, Tijul.
Ball, Taja.
At 80, 80s in terms of kilometers per hour. Then flighting it up. But Carmichael is keeping his patience.
Chalo, TJ.
Just worry about that one. From Cade Carmichael's point of view, the quicker delivery from Tijul, he seems to fight against himself. He's on the back foot there, and you think he'd probably do better coming forward. Like that. Maiden over. 63 for 1.
হাসান ওইদিকে চলে যা টিজে কে দিকে নামায় দে সেফ রাখতে হবে তো আমি ইচ্ছে রাখছি দাদা ঠিক আছে ভাই একটা তো বাইরে দাও উপরে থাক বিরাজ একটু সোজা হইস ভাই খেলাটাই কিন্তু ধৈর্যের খেলা হ্যাঁ
Left arm spin being operated from both ends. You mentioned the partnership. Just trying to tempt the batters, playing with their patience, but so far so good for Ireland. Shot for a single.
I think the challenge when you're facing two left-arm spinners is that they pose such different risks. Slightly more round arm, Murad. So his change in pace might be a little bit more difficult to pick up. Offside field as well, so you have to be exacting to get the gap and get the single, as we just saw from Paul Sterling.
Slightly flatter, bit of an appeal, but inside the off stump.
Yeah, gap very clearly left open there in 45. Tempting the batters to try and play that kind of paddle sweep. Got too far inside the line on that occasion, Cade Carmichael. They might put that shot away for now.
Asking the batter to play against the turn if possible, but Ball's still fairly on the newer side, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem isn't that his foot gets inside the line, it's that his head gets inside the line. He needs to, even though he's trying to angle it down leg side, he still needs his head going towards the ball.
Played well fielded. Rahim, his 99th test match. What a strong pillar he's been for Bangladesh cricket. 20 years. Debut in 2005. Just a single of this Hasan Murad over. It's 64 for 1. Four bowlers used so far by Nazmul Hussain Shanto. Other go-to option, straightforward one at least, is Mehdi Hasan Miraj, but with two right-handed batters in the middle. Wait a bit. Waiting it slightly more, but on the fuller side. Sterling happy to be behind it. Still maintaining a strike rate of 100.
Yeah, 19 deliveries since the last boundary though, and we know how Paul Stirling likes to score boundaries, so I think something's got to give here. After that boundary we saw over long on, well, over mid on, they've dropped mid on out, so 4 fielders out for Paul Stirling. Thought he had his opportunity for a boundary here, a little bit too full again to be playing on the back foot, but we know he likes to play on the back foot. Because that's where most of his boundaries come from.
Going for a quick single, putting pressure on the fielder and succeeding. Mentioned how so dominant on the back foot.
I don't think 𝗂𝗃 was expecting this. He had to get his skates on. He might have been in trouble had that been picked up clean. Frustration again for the fielders. Litton Das, well, he tells it all with his body language there. It has not been their best. Bangladesh, certainly not in the field.
Overall, I think the fielding coach of Bangladesh, James Pement, will be taking notes of that. Fellow commentator Ed Rainsford mentioned how ball observed them taking those catches early in the morning. This one, he slows it down. Such a wily customer Nigel Islam is. Now you see both the batters taking the front foot and dealing with the spinner.
Yeah, I think he's really found his length now, Nigel. Much on the back foot, so you have to be hanging on the front foot almost, expecting to come forward.
Straight to the fielder. Just one of it. It's 65 for 1. It is all the greenery here in Sylhet. Two teams actually wear green. White ball cricket facing against each other. First test match of the Dutch Bangla Bank series. And Shanto reinstated as the captain. overall a positive character. Bowled by Murad. But, you know, pretty upbeat and keeps the team on its toes, very proactive as well.
He's won 4, lost 9. 9th in rankings for Test cricket. Down the pitch in a single, the field is set for that shot from Sterling. He's reached his 3rd highest score in Test cricket, Paul Sterling. Tends to play in the middle order. Just his 2nd time opening the batting for Ireland in Test cricket. Looks like it's suiting him so far. Helped, of course, by a couple of drop chances. Always does help.
Just seen Shanto's win percentage as a captain. 26% win record doesn't entirely justify efforts fully. Exactly why that should motivate one to progress and make better of those figures again. Having got the fielder expecting much better from his fielders, Nazmul and Shanto. Square leg much squarer. Driven through the line. Sterling will get a single. And the over. 68 for 1 Ireland.
কন্টিনিউ খালি এই জায়গায় করে যায় চলে আসবে সাদমান মামা একটু এদিকে থাক হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে
68 for 1, out of which 41 has been contributed by Paul Sterling. Oh, quicker delivery. Plays it late and will get a boundary. Paul Sterling will move closer to his 50.
Yeah, I think for Paul Sterling, he's focusing mostly on the line. It doesn't matter the length. If it's outside off stump, he's going to play on the back foot and he's going to look to score boundaries. So, proven a good plan so far. A few inches the other way, though. Might have been straight into the hands, but he's edging ever closer to his 2nd half century in Test cricket.
Such a nice fellow Paul Sterling is. Had the opportunity of playing some billiard with him as well. Oh, to his 2nd 50, Paul Sterling, yes. He's been here a few times. With Ireland, of course, back in 2023. Also featured in the Bangladesh Premier League. A couple of times at least. And represented the Sylhet franchise on one of those occasions. This gives off the feeling, Izzy, that he's one of those characters who's gifted in almost all sorts of sports.
Well, he's certainly gifted at cricket, I can tell you that. He's also a really good reader of the game. Why he's the white ball captain. Why he's amassed over 10,000 runs in international cricket. Continuing to pile them on. Have 1 century in Test matches. That was against Sri Lanka in 2023. As I said, just opened the batting in Test cricket once before. There's a long time now where he can look to add a 2nd.
Well recovered by Tijol in this over. Then the 19th, Ireland 73 for 1.
Ireland, the beneficiary of 3 dropped catches, have done well to take the score 73 for 1 in 19 overs, which is a good scoring rate of 3.84. Pretty happy with what the 2 batters, the experienced Paul Stirling and debutant 𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗪𝗀𝗋 have done so far here in Sylhet. And they want to ensure that they go through the remaining half hour into lunch without losing a wicket. Bangladesh will be hoping they can just eke out another one before the break. Going to be Hassan Mahmood. Straight away gets the inside part of the bat. Good afternoon, or is it good morning? I beg your pardon. Good morning.
It's good afternoon somewhere in the world, Shamim. No worries. How are you?
Oh, good. Yeah, it's not getting used to the timings. We're so used to white ball cricket these days. The coverage starts in the afternoon. But it's nice. It's a lovely morning here in Sylhet. All to play for.
Yeah, your opening comments are spot on in the sense that I think Bangladesh have given Ireland an incredible start by dropping those 3 catches. Because you look at the partnership now, 73 for 1. Yes, the skipper went in the first over. These 2 have had to ride that little bit of a wave, that difficult period with that new ball in hand. Rana was bowling quickly. Mahmood was bowling accurately. And so you almost think that they've started to just earn the right to just continue to build this partnership. Paul Stirling is an enormous cog in this wheel. Because of the experience from the other end, he can usher Carmichael along.
And with Hassan Mahmood keeping that tidy line and length going, he's not trying to bowl too fast around the 130-35 mark. It's very accurate. He has this uncanny knack of surprising the batter with a little bit of movement in the air, which has not been noticeable today in the first part, in the first session that he bowled. And he'll be hoping that the ball, which is now into the 20th over, make it do something off the seam. Still a reasonably proud seam to work with.
Paul Stirling loves the offside, but also playing off the back foot and square of the wicket through the offside. And look at where he makes contact. Generally just off that back hip. That's probably the shot of the day. And that one played really late, almost behind him. Such a favored area, and it's an area that Bangladesh need to stay away from.
There's that area you're talking about. Immediately he makes good effect of it, but good work by Murad in the deep, restricting him to that single. And it's so very noticeable in that little package where he stands still. He hardly goes forward or back, allows the ball to come on to about his comfortable zone, as you mentioned. Just manages to maneuver the ball so well.
You know what's remarkable about that particular little bit of a play out on his shot selection and his boundary count? We have not seen anything down the ground, Shamim. We haven't seen him being tested or look to score with the full face of the bat driving. So that gives an inclination into the lines and the lengths that Bangladesh have bowled. End of the over, 74 for 1.
That's one leg there, Bryce. Is that the one leg?
Could have been more in the wickets column. Just the lone wicket for Hasan Mahmood. Had a couple of dropped ones, dropped catches off the bat of Paul Sterling and one from the debutant Pajul. Won't be too much spin, not too much purchase on the first day, first session. And understandably, he'll be depending on a tidy line and length. Keep the batters quiet, force them into some kind of error if possible. Disciplined bowling.
That's the key part, the pressure. Starving of scoring opportunities, but more importantly, if Tijul can just string up a number of dots to one particular batter over a period of time and not allow them to score, find the odd single, that's when he becomes quite dangerous. So I understand, yes, have the sweeper back, but I would feel you need to bring him up so that they look to try and push or maybe be ultra aggressive in trying to find the gap. That occasion, it's an easy single.
A delicate balance and where to place your fielders. And it's the confidence of the bowler this time round. Is pitching it further up. Maybe not very intended thick inside part. Just a little something to put in the mind of the batter that I'm there testing you.
Yeah, they surpass now the highest partnership for the second wicket, Ireland, previously 75.
And that's good. That's keeping that tidy line we're talking about. Paul Sterling not shy of going after the bowlers, but it's been a very well-paced innings. He's been quite selective, quite harsh on the bad deliveries and paid respect to the good ones. Just like that. Overdone, 76 for 1. It's the Dutch-Bangla Bank series between Bangladesh and Ireland, the first test match here in Sylhet. Ireland have done well, come out from a torrid period where it could have lost a couple of wickets at least. Paul Sterling and the youngster kid Carmichael, who's on 22 now, to face off to Hasan Mahmood. Again, he induces the inside part of the bat, does angle the ball in, doesn't quite get in line. Little shake of the head there.
It feels like he hasn't quite got into a good position there, and I think it's more the feel of the ball on the bat. Hasn't felt that the timing of his movement, and then a little bit of an approach to the bowler. So just had to walk away to square leg and clear his thoughts and start again.
Ideal delivery would be just on or about the off stump, maybe get the ball to nip away. Still pursuing with that line, but this is a little more confident. Just ambles across for a single.
this is just keeping Bangladesh interested here. Just look at how he plays this. Look at that front pad. He plays right round it. Yes, there is the balance, but the foot is pointing to cover. And so he thinks that he needs to score through the leg side and closes himself off a little bit. And in the previous over to 𝗍𝗏𝗀, he did it again and then picked up a single. Just that approach to the bowlers where he just goes in across his front pad and then accesses the leg side is just keeping Bangladesh a little bit interested, because variable bounce, pace can bring them into the game. So it's a technical area. I know it's his first test match. He's only played 5 first-class games, but he'll learn from that. There'll be technical improvements.
Oh, that shot, asking to be punished. He has the ball in the wrong area and he's been taken for a boundary. That's an easy shot to pull. And that's his 50, his second 50 in test matches. Appreciated by small band of supporters, and a lot to come, lot more to come, I suspect, from the experienced Paul Stirling.
Yeah, opening the batting, usually a middle order batter in Test cricket. You don't bowl there to Paul Stirling. He picks length up very quickly and gets to a 50. He's given them chances. They haven't taken it. He's taken his.
It's a good comeback delivery after that short-pitched one. Just a little tentative, little push. But with Paul Stirling and his wealth of experience, despite the fact this is possibly only his 8th test match, it shows that energy, the special power that he has. He can really cloud the ball about. So if you err in line and length, doesn't matter what format of the game it is, he's going to take you on.
Yeah, lots of boundaries in that 50. They've given him opportunities to score.
'81 for 1. Paul Stirling on song here. He's taken advantage of the 2 dropped catches early on, but after that, he hasn't really looked troubled. He's been selective with his shots, and he's guided young Carmichael very nicely. It's such a good thing to have an experienced player like Stirling at the other end. He's guiding you and ensuring that you don't suffer from nerves early on. But this shot he repeats, Eddie, just falls over. His head falls over also.
I'm not sure if he falls over, Shamim, but he commits very early to that front foot, pointing away to cover, and then closes himself off. And you can see 𝗍𝗏𝗀, hands on head, almost every delivery he plays that particular ball. And it is a technical issue. But it's one that, you know, he hasn't been able to be tested for such a long time. But at this level, he will be.
Distinct difference. Similar kind of delivery to Stirling. He has the full face of the bat. Carmichael, on the other hand, has this penchant of just closing the face, just giving that opportunity for the ball to creep through.
The difference with Paul Stirling is that he stays leg side of the ball. And so his movement is not one that closes the stumps off and looks to play through the leg side straight away. He waits for the ball to come to him and then makes the adjustments, whereas Carmichael commits quite early. And one of the key things that you'll see over the period that he bats in this particular test match and in the rest of the games is that when he commits, the foot points to cover all the time. And that closes off a number of shots.
It's been a good over, just a single run. It's 82 for 1. They're going at 3.57 per over, which is very good for a first session of play. 23 overs done with the spinners bowling. They've caught up on the bowling over 8. Ireland winning the toss and electing to bat first. With Tofford. Nicely stroked away, but there is cover in the deep. Just the single.
Second Test 50 for Paul Stirling. At the top of the innings. Width on offer. Punished. That was one of the shots of the day. But it's such a favored area of his. And he will hurt you there if you allow him to play in this particular manner. That occasion, the use of the feet. Dangerous player.
Oh, cut him in half. Very, very lucky. Hands on head for the bowler. Could have gone anywhere. Still around though. Not often that you get to be the bat of Stirling.
Going to check where this foot is. Ooh, okay. Where is that? Holding or touching the ball when he makes the impression on the boundary. Maybe this will give us a better view. Touch and go, isn't it? Onto the ball there. Ooh. Right, Shamim, I'll let you call it.
I don't think I'm going to try and even call it. I think it's maybe I'll go in favor of the fielder. It's up to the third umpire. Yeah, touch and go, definitely. It's done well, whatever the result. Another angle. There he goes. Flicks it away. You can't quite see it from this angle. Yeah, I think should be runs. Richard Illingworth having a close look. He wants to give the right decision.
Maybe you would make the argument that he has a finger or two on the ball when the impression comes onto the boundary. Keep an eye on the umpire. Oh, credit to the fielder.
Oh, once again, he has managed to induce the inside edge. He's angled that ball so very well from just outside the line of off.
Another good delivery, comes back sharply into the right-hander. Eye on that seam, it's a wobble seam delivery. Another thick inside edge. Looking to go on to the drive. You can just see maybe the rhythm isn't quite there for Carmichael on the front foot.
This time round, he does just have a little dab on that bat. Not looking comfortable, as you pointed out. Had his problems with the spinners trying to close the bat, and even with the pace bowler when the angle is in, somehow he has not really connected properly.
Look at the scoring areas for Paul Stirling today. Right, it's glaring. It's very obvious. Look at how many balls he's hit down the ground. and look at how many he's played square of the wicket. Some would say maybe the slowness of the surface allows him to access the square parts of the ground and the boundaries through the square areas. But it's a typical Paul Stirling wagon wheel. Offside, in front of square and backward of square.
Very strong in that area. It's so very compact. It doesn't have that full follow through with the bat. When you see even when he's hitting the boundaries through the cover area and backward of square on the offside, he's punching them. He's just got so much hand-eye coordination and a very strong bottom hand. Does pack a punch and the ball just races away once it makes contact with the bat. Does open the face and he does found the boundary. Makes it seem so very easy. Delectable shot. And that is the over. It's 89 for 1. It was versus Sri Lanka in goal that he scored his highest lone century, 103. They're lining up for another one with 57 very well compiled runs here. Nigel just bowls it tad short. Can't get it past the cover fielder.
Yeah, you look at those scores by Paul Stirling all away from home. Another superb shot by Paul Stirling. The timing, the placement. Because they've got a man on the offside on the boundary, that's been saving the boundaries on a number of occasions. This particular shot is a very good one because he plays it so late and the timing's perfect that it evades that fielder.
We see something similar from the young man Carmichael. Still keeps on shaking his head. He's not happy with how this innings is progressing for him. Oozing with confidence. He's got to ride out the remaining 5 minutes. Go back into lunch and just soothe the nerves.
Yeah, that one now takes the thick outside edge and a nod of the head. But you know what, Shamim, sometimes the most difficult innings are the most rewarding ones. The ones where you're not quite getting all the timing and the exuberance that's coming from the other end or from the bat of Paul Stirling. The difficult, the dogged, the lack of timing. Some would say not the prettiest innings are the ones that you sort of look back at and said, well, I really did fight through that difficult period.
Oh, now he's going to get runs. Not voluntary. Getting 4 of them. And he's got a bit of bat on that. So 4 to finish that over. The 25th, 93 for 1. And the first test match here in the Dutch-Bangla Bank Series sessions, 9:30 and 11:30. The first session was just about 4 minutes away from lunch, and then 12:10 to 2:10. Finish off with 2:30 to 4:30, but play can go on till 5 o'clock if the weather permits.
And there's the technical issue that he's going to have to try and correct as he continues. When you overly commit onto that front foot and you close yourself off and there's a little bit of turn and purchase, finds the outside edge, beats the keeper and the first slip. So riding his luck.
And there's 𝗏𝗏 for the first time. He hurt his finger while attempting a catch, dropped it. Hopefully nothing serious, and particularly because it was his right hand. He had to go off for some running repairs. 205 wickets, his test career.
Can they survive the next 4 deliveries? And it's a session that Ireland will win. If they don't lose another one, it's a session that they will say, well, we've taken our opportunities. Bangladesh didn't take theirs. And they've got a partnership of 94. Just using that solitary wickets.
Yeah, it could have been a much better session for Bangladesh, but Ireland will... The luck of the Irish were with them. So it's just a few deliveries to be played out, and young Carmichael would have done well to go back into the pavilion at lunch, tell himself, as you mentioned, that I fought it out in my very first test innings. No mean feat. Oh, goodness gracious, where did that come out from?
Coach won't be happy with that one. With 3 deliveries to go before lunch. Experience walks down and has a conversation because of this particular shot, and it misses by an absolute whisker. Leg stump exposed. Oh, how close is it? Very close.
He's riding his luck, that's for sure. More sensible, but similar kind of stroke. He keeps on playing that. Lots of hands on heads from the Bangladeshis in the middle. They're very close getting a wicket. They're also very close to the luncheon interval. Last ball coming up. And making sure that it's the last ball before lunch. There's a lot of changing the field around. Batsman taking his time, just settling down. And he survives. That is a good first session on the first day of this test match. Ireland have done well to go on to 94 for 1.
Yeah, they sure have. Bangladesh have had their opportunities. They haven't taken them. Ireland, on the other hand, have, courtesy of a well-played 58 of 73 by Paul Stirling, and a grafting, a hard-working 30 of 79 by Carmichael on debut. Bangladesh will go into the luncheon interval here and just think what could have been in that particular first session. And there's the breakdown. 26 overs, 1 wicket to fall in the very first over, almost an age ago, at a healthy run rate and 94 runs.
The batting card is going to look very healthy, but Balbirnie, unfortunately, the highest duck scorer amongst the Irish so far, the captain, Stirling. A Stirling knock, 58 of 73, very convincing, very dominating. Carmichael has stuck around well for the youngster, and this is what transpired in the first session.
4th delivery of the day, 4th delivery of the tour. Balbirnie had to go, the skipper. And they were getting into their work, and then Carmichael came out, timed the ball through the leg side. Stirling timed the ball through the offside. Opportunity put down. The first one. The second one, Tigel taking a blow to the hand. Then the third, Mahedi. At that particular stage, in Test cricket, these players adjust, but more importantly, they grab their second opportunity, and Stirling did. Beautiful shots through the offside, a little bit of a shimmy down the wicket, a couple of bounces away for a boundary, and he's worked himself to a well-played 58.
He has indeed, and he's asserted his authority, and the manner in which he drives them square of the wicket. The other end, well, he's been struggling. He's induced an edge. He's been pretty lucky, Carmichael. But at the end of the day, what matters is still they're not out and built up a partnership of 94. Very, very good from Ireland, and they go into lunch comfortably at 94 for 1. Bangladeshi bowlers could have got more wickets. We talked about the 3 drop catches. Only Hassan Mahmood succeeding early in the innings, 1 for 29. And the others have been tidy, but the need to get wickets when they come back for the post-match, post-lunch session. And that is going to happen in about half an hour. We're going to take a short break. Please do join us for that.
তৎক্ষণাৎ বহিষ্কার করা সহ তার উপর অন্যান্য নিষেধাজ্ঞা আরোপ এবং ভবিষ্যতে তার স্টেডিয়ামে প্রবেশ নিষিদ্ধ করা হতে পারে। এমনকি পরবর্তী পদক্ষেপ হিসেবে ওই ব্যক্তির বিরুদ্ধে ফৌজদারি আইনে মামলাও করা হতে পারে।
Hey, brother, on your please. Hey, brother, how are you?
Hello, brothers. Please give me one. Come here, please give me one. Brother, come here, come here. Hello, bro. Come here. Hey brother, give me your cap, please. Please. Please, brother. Please. I'm your friend, brother.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium for the first test match of the Dutch Bangladesh series between Bangladesh and Ireland. We're just done with the first session here, where Ireland captain Andy Balbirnie won the toss, decided to have a bat first, got himself out in the very first over. Hassan Mahmood was bowling, and then a streak of opportunities which were not taken by the Bangladeshi fielders, but they made the most of it. Paul Stirling and Kate Carmichael, and Stirling got his half century, and both of them put together the record partnership for the second wicket for the Ireland team. 94 unbeaten on that, facing 153 deliveries. Kate Carmichael, of course, on debut. Before he came in at 3, it was Stirling and Balbirnie who opened the proceedings with the bat. Hassan Mahmood, the only bowler to get a wicket, that too of the Ireland captain. Nahid Rana would feel unfortunate as 2 catches were dropped off his bowling. One of Hassan Mahmood's though, then the 3 spinners came on. Just a sultry over for Miraz right before the umpires decided that it's time for lunch. Now, given that there has been a break, there must be a lapse in concentration. The batters need to come in and focus again. And Bangladesh would be hoping that they can sneak a wicket in. Maybe sometimes, as we say, 1 gets 2. Home side would be hoping for that. And having said all that, gives me the opportunity to welcome Athar Ali Khan alongside. Hello, Athar bhai.
Hello, Shamanna. Hello, everyone. As if they want to pick up wicket, they need to hold on to their catches. 3 opportunities. Well, certainly rubbing some salt on the wounds because he was dropped twice. Now he's moved on to 58 and unbeaten. Second test match 50 for Paul Stirling, and he's played some very good shots. With him is the debutant. Carmichael, who's also looked good. He was also lucky once he dropped. He's unbeaten on 30. Change of ends for Nahid Rana to start the proceeding after lunch.
Through the gap. Nicely guided, it will get a couple. Mentioned the drop catches. Now, on both occasions of the bowling of Nahid Rana, it was Paul Stirling who was dropped, once on 8 and then on 10, once in the 4th over and then in the 6th.
And relatively easy chances. It's regulation catches. This one's put down by Shadman Islam. The pull straight into the hands of Taijul and out. And this was catching practice by Desan Miraj. And that went between the keeper and the slip fielder. And you can see how they have batted since those drop catches. Scores of 18, 20 and 21 when those catches were not taken. And he's kept it pretty simple, especially Paul Stirling, who's now moved on to 60 of 75. He's hit 9 boundaries. Anything on stump, he's blocked it. He's shown good resolute, good in defense, but anything wide on either side of the wicket is put them away. This time taken. Shadman Islam has grabbed that. That went quickly, and Nahid Rana finally has a wicket.
They are elated. Nahid Rana, 3rd time lucky. Paul Stirling, not so much. Outside the body, just throwing the bat at it, outside edge. Induced on this occasion. Shadman Islam holds on to it. It's a much better catch. Long, it was the neck height, sort of. Stirling goes for a well-made 60 of 76. It's 96 for 2. We were saying right after the break, how often do we see this? The breakthrough that brings in 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. 4 50s and 2 out of the 4 came against Bangladesh. Last time they were here in 2023, 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. Oozing with talent. The opportunity of playing in Bangladesh Premier League as well, but he is another campaigner who has a lot of potential, and he is putting it out there. It was that extra pace got the better of Sterling. 2 slips in a gully for 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. Rana's teaming in. Off the mark.
A couple of 50s against the same opposition. He's here because of this. Just a little bit too wide, too looser from Paul Sterling, flashing at it. Would have been better had he left it alone to the keeper. Went pretty quickly, and he holds on to it. So success for the tall, lanky, and the quick fire, Nahid Rana.
Not afraid to pitch it up. Then some aggression shown.
He never left his crease, did he? A quiet word with the bowler. Yeah, he can bowl quick, but also important that he keeps his composure and ensure that he hits the right line and length on a consistent basis. Leaked some runs. He's in his 7th over. He's given up a 36 already.
Holding it upside off. He's trying to intimidate the bat in the previous delivery. Didn't work. Didn't fall for it. Carmichael, 97 for 2.
Just fraction away. Off stump. Right him over.
Nahid Rana began proceedings right after the lunch break and has broken that 2nd wicket partnership. Raz bowling that solitary over before the break will continue from that's Bangla Bank end. Start off with flatter.
Yeah, we spoke about how the batters from Ireland will be coping up against some high-quality spin. Instead of introduced after lunch, team from one end. But they will also remember when they piled up more than 400 runs, their highest test score was 492, which came in April 2023 versus Sri Lanka in Galle. And why I bring this out, because they were up against some high-quality spinners from Sri Lanka. Teams visiting whose part of the world do come across very high-quality spinners. 𝗏𝗏 Murugadharan comes to our mind. And to be able to go and score that many runs against a quality attack in those conditions should certainly lift them up, especially when they have come here to play not just one test match. Oh, close, lovely delivery. but umpire not moved.
Hassan Raza, on-field umpire, not convinced. Miraz trying to convince Shanto. Leighton nods as well, and they are going upstairs to Richard Illingworth again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please. Okay, just rock that back. Roll through. Bat hits the pad. Okay, looks like there's no bat involved. Can we have a look at ultra edge, please? Okay, we've got a clear gap between bat and ball. Roll the ball all the way into the pad, please. Okay, we can go for ball tracking when ready. Okay, ball's pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets is hitting. We'll go back on field to Hassan to reverse his decision to out. You're on screen now, Hassan, please signal.
Yes, it is out. It is a rocket out. Mehdi Hassan Miraz has struck. So 2 wickets in 2 overs right after the lunch break. That's the reason of the celebration, because they've got rid of Harry Tector. He's gone for 1. Ireland 97 for 3. As cliched as it sounds, there's a break, lapse in concentration, need to come in again, get into your zone, get into your groove. The opposition attacks and gets the better of them. First Nahid Rana, now Mehdi Hassan Miraz. The new batter, Harry Tector. Miraz rewarded for bowling stump to stump.
Just a hint of turn and the impact on line. As long as it was on impact on line, they knew they were in business. And it's a good call from the skipper to take that review. And goes in their favor. Disappointment for Harry Tector.
The wicket maiden from Miraz, it's 97 for 3. Well, the home side, they did not get the ideal start this morning, but they've made amends now. East on one end, they've got a fresh new batter. Nahid Rana will continue from the rocket end. Does rocket in and push that through for 142 clicks.
𝗂𝗫𝗓𝗏 is the new batter. High score of 111. And I mentioned in the previous over that when Ireland posted their highest test score was 492 against Sri Lanka. He was one of the batters who got 111 in that particular test match. Too much width gets the punishment.
A bit of width offered, and at that pace, If you throw yourself at it, that's what 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 did. Flashed at it hard. Nicely played. Backfoot of square, and will get a boundary for it.
100 on the board with that boundary. And just to finish off my point that I was trying to make, they did manage to handle spin in that particular test match. 59.3 overs of spin were bowled in that innings of 492. 63.3 overs of pace. Nicely played, softer hands. So they have an idea how to cope up against high quality spin in these conditions, similar conditions in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. We'll have to wait and see how they go about their job, especially against his spin.
Some changes being made. Nazmul Hossain Shanto ran all the way from the slip position to have a chat with Nahid Rana. With Senegali in place. Back of a length. Say, he got away with it.
Too much width. I think it's important for someone like Nahid Rana to understand his role. Yes, you want to pick up wickets. He's an out-and-out fast bowler. We haven't seen a bowler from the east part of the world to bowl that quickly. It's also important to realize the potential of not only bowling fast, but also to make sure that you hit the right area. Good line and length on a consistent basis. Like that. If you produce a defensive shot from the batter, absolutely fine, nothing wrong in that. You know, once in a while you can tease him with a wide delivery, but on most occasions, good line and length will frustrate the batters more often than not.
Happy to let it go. That solitary boundary in this over. It's 101 for 3. Wait and watch who finds their way through this path. Two teams now. New batter in the crease, Curtis Camphor, who also has come to Bangladesh and played in the Bangladesh Premier League. Done it twice. 2023 and the 2024 seasons. Playing for Chattogram Challengers, and right out there on display, as you said, Atabhai, that it's more than an able player against spin.
And that experience of playing here in Bangladesh will certainly give him and also his team as a bit of a knowledge about how to go and handle yourself in the middle. I mean, test match cricket is a patient game. You need to be very patient. There will be good overs, there will be good deliveries from the bowler. But if you're able to absorb the pressure and just keep batting, you will be able to score runs.
Come on,
Tucked away nicely. Because you can need to play it according to the merit of the delivery. And he's exactly done that.
In his previous over, Madison Miraj is bowling stump to stump with some protection on the onside. Perhaps the only delivery. Right. Even the ones outside the off were around the fourth stump line. It's trying to lure the batter. Played on the onside. Previous delivery was the wicket-taking one. And maintaining that line, very consistent. It's Miraj. Overdone, 103 for 3. Paul Sterling, 60 of 76, deploying counter-attacking tactics. 9 boundaries in that score. Tate Carmichael looks calm, even after the departure of the senior partner. Short ball, and he's not afraid to pull it. Pulls it away for 4. Good batting.
He's been pretty impressive because of the fact that he deals with 4 deliveries quite nicely. He got himself in a spot of bother earlier on because the similar kind of shot when he was dropped earlier on, but this was in control. Gets on top of it and plays it nicely.
"90 deliveries for his 39. He's taking his time, picking his deliveries wisely. 23-year-old Tate Carmichael, you mentioned how the batters need to soak in the pressure, absorb it. Showing maturity by doing it is Tate Carmichael. How does Nahid Rana respond to that boundary? Hold.
What a career. Mushfiqur Rahim playing his 99th test match. He will be the first one from Bangladesh to play 100 test matches. The second test match is in Mirpur. What a player. Was a youngster when he made his debut in 2005. On the leg side, was just perhaps just drifting down the leg side.
Not out, says Sam Nogatsky from Australia. Debut test match on field umpire. A bit of confusion there. Captain wondering, perhaps deciding against it. Always sliding down the leg, it seemed like, with the angle.
The keeper behind the stumps going down the leg side, which gives an indication might have just gone down the leg side.
You mentioned Mushfiqur Rahim debuting in 2005, the Lord's Test match, the first time the Bangladesh team were touring England. I remember you being one of the selectors, Atar Bhai, making that bold call, which to some people came across as a surprise, but now he's served Bangladesh cricket for 20 years. Yes, of course, on his 99th match, 100 matches, definitely a feat. But think of a person, a layman, from a layman's point of view, spending 20 years in one profession at the top level. How does it make you feel?
Certainly a good feeling for the whole nation. Discipline, dedication, devotion. Mr. Dependable. And he's proved it over and over again. If you are fit, mentally and physically, you can achieve anything. What a milestone. What a milestone would that be when he takes on to play his 100th test match. The first one ever to do so from Bangladesh. 107 for 3.
$107 for 3. Trying to stabilize things are Carmichael and Kampfer. Fair bit of crowd in here at the Sylhet International. Grass continues, and it's going back to Mushfiqur Rahim. 20 years, 99 test matches, 15,000 runs in his international career. 6,000 in test matches, and he's got double hundreds as well.
The leading run scorer in test cricket for Bangladesh. He's got not just 1 or 2, he's got 3 double hundreds in test cricket. Quite an amazing feat, isn't it? What an inspiration for the youngsters. What an inspiration. First one to get in, last one to go out and practice. Not just from today. From the day he stepped in. Incredible, incredible discipline. Right, it's turning out to be a good over. Not giving any room whatsoever. Curtis Kampfer.
Very good, Miraj.
Him is Carmichael on debut.
Well bowled again. Brilliantly bowled. Ahmed Hassan Miraz, 5 dots, consecutive ones. Importantly, he's making the batters play. And that off stump line. Clip in place. Sliding that one in. The previous one was slightly quicker. This one slower. Made in again from Miraz. 107 for 3. Sky's the limit, as they say. Some players setting standards, while some making their debuts. Surely inspire a lot. Still Nahid Rana to continue from the rocket end. Seriously bending his back.
I don't mind him pushing the ball a little bit further up, because at the back of the length he's quite comfortable. He goes on the back foot and defends it nicely with slips in place and a gully also, remember. So not a bad idea to just throw it and throw the bait at him, whether he's going to take it or not. Bowl a fuller delivery with the kind of pace that he has. You just might beat him in the pace while the batter tries to play a drive on the offside.
Two straight. Batter gets a single. That's something 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has done quite well. Rotated the strike.
Good speed, 146 to start with, 146.2 the second one.
On to his 10th over. And when you've got a speedster like this, also have in mind how to maintain his workload. I'm sure Nazmur Shanto would have that in mind. The first spell he bowled for 6 overs, Nahid Rana. Hasan Mahmood has bowled well, bowled 7 overs so far. Hasan Murad, the debutant, the left-arm spinner, has only bowled 3 overs so far. Wonder a couple of overs more, then Shanto changes things around. Oh, well-directed bouncer.
Yeah, you tend to see skippers give an extra over when you see a bowler has picked up a wicket. So maybe he gets an extra over. He didn't pick that one up. The short one, well-directed bouncer. It's a little bit too late to get out of the way. He tried to do that, but before he could duck in, before that right shoulder went down, the ball had already gone and hit the top part of the shoulder. So it's a good bouncer from Nahid Rana. And it's a little bit quicker also, 147.5 clicks.
Got one again. He commits to the pull. Happy to take a single, but 𝗂𝗃𝗃 must be commended. Kudos to him, because on 2 occasions he's taken the blow and he's actually absorbed it. Didn't really show any sort of pain or discomfort against the opposition.
You never show it, Shaman, never. Go about doing the job that you are expected to do in the middle for your team. It's been a testing over from Nahid Rana.
Not too far away, not too far away from that off stump. That is brilliantly bowled. Interesting battle in this over. 33 done, it's 110 for 3.
The lovely surrounds of the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, surrounded by tea plantations. Beautiful place to come and spend your time, whether in the stadium or outside. Back where the action is. Bangladesh have done well to come back the last half an hour. Just 17 runs, couple of wickets, and it's quite a fight back, Isabel.
I'm sure there were words at lunch. 3 drop catches. The thing about Test cricket, isn't it? Because we play in these sessions, so you can be on top the first session, but that guarantees you nothing going forward. That's been the case here. And as you'd expect as an Irish team coming to Bangladesh, spin now really coming to the fore. I think the 3 spinners will bowl the majority of the overs this session. Seamers coming in for short spurts at different occasions, but these 2 look like they're willing to put in the time, in for the long haul.
Yeah, you have to have that mindset to be patient, know you can bide your time. This game is all about showing temperament and resilience. The manner in which the skipper has utilized the forward short leg now. He was also at silly point, just a couple of balls back. So with a different batter, different ploys in the employment of the close-in fielders. Realization of the fact that Carmichael has got this penchant for closing the face. Now, he tried that earlier, and this time around, he just swivels around once again. Thankfully, it's not straight into the hands, but there's just that element of risk with the reverse.
Yeah, I think the reason he's playing it is because the consistency of the length. But finds the fielder in point. Pretty good contact right along the ground. Unlucky, he'd think, to hit it straight to the fielder there.
And sometimes you've got to just try and upset the rhythm of the bowler. 112 for 3. Well, it's the long and winding road, and that's about the pace you want to go when you're playing Test cricket. Long haul, you've got to watch out for the bends, the curves. Be very careful. Every delivery, huge concentration needed. Oh, now, sometimes it looks very good if it goes over the stumps.
Been a couple now, hasn't it, from Curtis Camphor? He's found a length he feels comfortable leaving, but don't let it get any fuller and leave. Angled in.
Middle off. Yeah, middle off, that's it.
That really wasn't far away. As a bowler, you've got to make sure the batters understand how close they've come to losing their wicket. Rana's certainly done that. 1 for 47 probably doesn't tell the tale. He's had a couple of catches put down off his spell as well.
This time round, it's he stands his ground, not quite sure of the length. What Rana has done well is to mix his lengths, and because he's a tall bowler, he gets that extra bit of bounce off the track. And so far, he has really used this track very well. It's sporting. It's just gets a little bit more bounce than Hasan Murad because of his height. Look at his pitch map, 50% on just over the short side, but the wicket he got between 6 and 8 meters, perfect length to bowl. He's shouldering his arms often enough, but he's got to be careful of maybe the slow delivery which might not bounce off the track. He's got to discern that from the release point of the bowler.
Yeah, look, Curtis Camphor in at number 5 today. He's generally batted at number 3 for Ireland. An interesting change. Paul Stirling preferred at the top, but you wonder if that's because of the experience Paul Stirling has playing in Bangladesh. Probably played here the most out of all the Irish players. Curtis Camphor has been here as well a good bit.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, his experience playing here, knowing the tracks, knowing the conditions, play a crucial part in rebuilding the Irish innings, which is tottered with the fall of the 2 wickets. He's an experienced campaigner. Sure that he'll bring in all his wealth of experience. 345 runs so far into his 15th innings in his Test career. That includes 100. It's a nice little tuck away. You allow the ball to come on to you. Little roll of the wrists. That's the way to go at the moment, I think, for Ireland. Just settle down after the fall of those two quick wickets.
Well, I think it's a plan from Curtis Campher, isn't it? He's left well. I know we felt like it's a little bit close for comfort, but he's still out there, so that counts as leaving well. And he's forced Rana to bowl that a bit tighter to the stumps, and then he's got off strike, because when you bowl that bit tighter, it's just a little bit too easy to get a single into the leg side. Two fielders marshalling the boundary out there at square leg and fine. There's a bit of cat and mouse between the batter and the bowler, but Cade Carmichael to close out this over.
Carmichael was very edgy prior to lunch, but after the departure of the senior man Paul Stirling, it's looked more solid. Shot, oh, as I say, it looked more solid. That surprised him. Struck the bat rather than the bat trying to hit the ball. Overdone, 113 for 3. Reminder that Ireland won the toss and elected to bat here. Started off rather shakily, losing the skipper. But have a look at that. The last ball really surprised him. Just a bit of extra bounce. Got the shoulder of the bat. Could have gone anywhere. And the continuation of that forward short leg. The bowling of Miraj, who's now bowling his 6th over. 1 for 5. Down the wicket, gives them the charge over the top. That is a bold strike. Just taking him on and getting 4 runs.
I mentioned it before, he's been bowling consistent lengths, and I think he was just waiting for a little bit of width outside off, gets the hands through, keeps the front foot leg side, and all he has to do is make sure he makes decent enough contact to beat the infield, because there's nobody out in the boundary down there. First boundary off his bowling.
And sometimes some captains tend to just change the field, maybe put that mid-on field a little deeper because the shot has been played. It's good to see Najmul Hossain Shanto continuing with the field, depending on and trusting the bowler. Balls like that, which cannot be played through the gaps.
No, absolutely, and the fielder in mid-on is pretty deep, but that's because mid-wicket's pretty tight in there. So that earns space for Hassan Mahmood, who's in mid-on, but there's space in the covers. It'll be a couple. Back 3.
Yeah, I had to chase that quite a long way, and Naid Rana has already bowled quite a few overs, 11 I think. Looked a little tired in retrieving that, just sauntering after it. Tall guy, has a long way down, eventually does well.
Yeah, he was in no position to put the slide in, so he had to do some other acrobatics to stay on his feet, and that probably earned Ireland the 3rd run.
Sweep. Oh, didn't quite get where he intended it. He was encouraged by that miss hit. Nevertheless, got himself a leg bye to finish off over number 36. 121 for 3. The rounds of the ground here. Play goes on in the middle. It's quite a tussle now with the Irish trying to re-establish the authority they had prior to lunch. Have a look at the last ball of the last over.
Well, I was wondering why he wasn't going to the regular sweep rather than the reverse, but I just threw the shot a little bit too early, takes the glove, and it really can go anywhere. So a bit of luck, a bit more luck going the way of 𝗂𝗃𝗃. He's on debut here. 𝗂𝐻𝐿 left arm in overs in the first session. Goes back on. Prolific wicket taker in Test match cricket.
Oh, short, and he smashed that. Wow, what about that? Used the depth of the crease and tunked it away for 4 runs.
What a shot this is. Not even that short, in position, and then just decides, right, you know what, I'm in position early enough, I can get the bottom hand through. Helps himself to 4 more.
Normally that is what you'd expect, that kind of length from 𝗪𝗠𝗓. Not often that he gives a freebie to a batter. Can be very parsimonious, very miserly with his bowling. Hardly gives away any runs. You talked about his wicket-taking capabilities. Add economy to that. Nicely done. Manipulated that ball into the deep and 2 easily taken runs.
He is on Test debut, but he made his one-day international debut earlier in the year. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 made 48 against West Indies. 48 not out here, so hopefully he's not thinking too much about that milestone that's approaching quickly.
Don't remind him, Isabel. The ball's just beginning to grip ever so slightly now. Slowish turn.
Yeah, he bailed on a shot there, didn't he? He was thinking about repeating his antics from the first delivery of the over, but just about pulled out on time. Sharp turn on that occasion meant it could have got him into trouble.
Stunned that right through this innings, just going forward, closing the phase, gets a couple of runs, gets him to his 50. That's a brilliant, brilliant innings so far. 6th batter to score 50 runs for Ireland on Test debut. That is a masterly achievement. He's had to work hard, but it's paid off. Needs to carry on.
What an introduction for him to Test match cricket. Here it is, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, congratulated by Curtis Camphor. There it is. Understated, but appreciated. He's got a ways to go to beat the top scorer on debut for Ireland. That record held by the one and only Kevin O'Brien. 129 for 3.
It's been a tremendous effort. He had to really work hard, batten down, came through some patches when he had a bit of luck also with the dropped catch. Survived it all and is now asserting his authority. Turn.
Yes, definitely seeing a change in conditions here the last couple of overs for the spinners. I'll be pleased to see.
You've got to watch out for the arm ball when the ball starts turning. sort of try and read it out of the fingers, but even a similar kind of revs on the angle of the ball, the seam angle of the seam, you'd feel that one's turning and one's not. That can be very, very risky. So very watchful. It's not the release, the trajectory too. There you see, didn't turn, went on straight, quicker through the air. This is what Test cricket is all about. A period of play when players are sussing out each other, trying to outthink each other, getting their skill sets in order. The day progresses, conditions change. Ball gets a little older. Fancy your chances as a bowler, but as a batter, you know, you just read what's happening in the middle. You can just work out what the track is doing for the moment and play accordingly. Camphor has been very patient and very selective with his run making.
Yeah, well, I think that might be why he's been pushed down to number 5, just that ability to rotate the strike. Spinners come on and there are fielders out on the boundary. A few gaps for singles as opposed to boundaries in particular. Seems to read the length from the spin bowlers so well.
Punch past the bowler. Another single. It's 133 for 3. Started off badly, losing the captain, but a good effort from the youngster Carmichael and the experienced Paul Stirling in steering the Irish back prior to the lunch break. But since then, they've lost a couple of wickets.
Looked like it kept slightly low. Watchful Cade Carmichael. He's reached the milestone. He'll want to go on and make a big one. I mentioned the player who's got the highest score on debut for Ireland, 118. Kevin O'Brien. That was the first test for Ireland against Pakistan.
They've got to be watchful, you know, give the bowlers some time. When they're bowling well, you don't really want to take them on. Just bide your time. Talk about temperament and patience in this version of the game. The way to go. Don't want to lose it with a premeditated shot. You want to play the ball to its merit.
And look, it's a big challenge for Ireland. Only their 11th test match, but outside of that, we don't have a first-class structure back home, so that the players coming through have to learn through one-day cricket and also Wolves cricket. There's been a few 4-day games in the past couple of years. That's where we've seen Cade Carmichael, where he's learned his trade. Made 100 against a very good Afghanistan side earlier in the year. So yeah, it's more about your form in 50-over cricket, and then they were in a camp in Dubai for a week before coming here, where they batted for long sessions, and then it's really just learn as you go.
Yeah, learn as you go, but it must be a huge disadvantage in not having a regular, longer version league domestically. I mean, sort of learning as you go is not going to be good enough, and what you're doing is maybe playing more of the shorter version of the game. Suddenly you're thrown in the deep end. Find yourself in a bit of a quagmire and you try to come out of it. And in the past, I was talking to you off air, a lot of Irish players used to play in the counties, which is not allowed anymore. So that little advantage that they had in the past does not exist. So it is a very, very difficult job in transitioning to this format of the game. I tell you what, I've been very impressed by this young man, Carmichael. At the other end, he went through that period of play. He really had to be gritty, show a huge amount of determination. Had a splice of luck, but that's part of the game. $134 for 3.
Bowling round. Can you do it?
Ireland building up a partnership of 37 of 67. Kate Carmichael and the experienced Curtis Camphor. Hey, CC and CC. Oh, he's decided to change his angle, the bowler.
50 on debut. Dream start for Kate Carmichael. Came out early on as well after losing the captain. Anything that was straight, he was willing to put into the leg side. He did have pieces of luck. Put down early on, a couple didn't go to the field, but played very well and deserved his 50. What was really impressive was that after that chance was put down, he put it right behind him. And he went on to continue scoring, particularly through the leg side, but also rotating the strike. An innovative shot, though, from Curtis Camphor there. He's added a boundary to his tally. The change of angle, he just hasn't quite got it right on that occasion, Miraz.
No, he hasn't, and there's a freebie offered. I was surprised. Even with the change of the angle, you'd think with maybe a few balls turning, more of the arm ball, you'd need that fielder forward short leg to be at silly point on the other side. It's going to turn, it's going to be helped on its way like it did in the previous delivery. Been very impressive. He's been selective with the shot making. Just have a look at what happened a couple of balls back. This is the line, was a straightish ball. All he did was help the ball on its way to the boundary.
Definitely not one you're taught. The clever thinking from Curtis Camphor, because it was quite full, that kind of line. You'd think maybe about going down on one knee and sweeping, but the length wasn't there, so he just kind of rolled the wrists. Knew exactly where the field was. Need to take those opportunities in Test cricket. The spinners here in Bangladesh are generally so consistent.
Cricket through the air. It's a dot ball to finish that over. 139 for 3. $139 for 3. Must be an over before the players take a little bit of a rest. Once again, it's just that area. More often than not, he's got the inside part of the bat. Seems to be one little chink in the armor for him.
He spoke before coming on this tour that his flaw previously was his head going towards the offside a little bit too much, so that might be an indication that that's just creeping back in. Particularly against left arm spin when the ball's drifting in. that initial movement can just be a little bit to the offside before the drift comes in. All these kinds of things that in Test cricket people will spot so early on and zero in on. And again, but useful this time for a single.
Maybe not very intended, but he'll take it. Yeah, those are the little things as a bowler that you spot and try to exploit the simple weaknesses that are evident from the manner in which a batter is negotiating the bowling. Now, the fielder comes in at silly point.
I think that's what's so impressive about players who can get to 99, 100 tests. One particular player I'm thinking of, obviously, but those, you get all these analysts that can figure out any small weakness. There's no weakness for Curtis Camphor. A little bit too full, but he was on the charge anyway. That's gone all the way for the first 6 of the Ireland innings.
Magnificent hit. You'd possibly say against the run of play, but the manner, look at the shimmy down the wicket. It's very balanced at point of impact. Got underneath that full flourish of the bat. Lovely slim through the line, and it ended up a long, long way. That is a very positive attitude. That's what you talk about. Selection, shot selection. You can pay respect to the good balls, but if there's one on hand that you fancy your chances, you blast it out of the ground. Oh, did well to come back, Kajul, with that delivery. That is the end of the 41st over. It's quite hot and muggy day, and it's time for the players to rehydrate with a drinks break.
It's been a good display, especially from the debutant, Carmichael. Lucky earlier on, but then he played some lovely shots. There were some tough times earlier on, but when he started to get set, he played some lovely looking shots. Not afraid to play the big strokes on the offside. And he goes on to pick up 50 on debut for Ireland. Similar numbers in terms of percentage on the offside and the onside behind square. But also he's been able to maneuver to score on the offside and also the leg side in front of the square. He's been impressive. What have you enjoyed the most, Edward Rainsford?
Yeah, I like how he's just stuck it out. The fact that early on in his innings that he didn't quite get the timing, his body position, he wasn't quite happy with it and seemed quite frustrated. And I think he's been able to work through that, coming away from lunch. I think also the part where he batted with Paul Stirling, where I think there was wholesome conversations about how to approach that particular situation. And just allow him to get through those difficult times. And then the approach to the spinners and the seamers has been quite tempered.
Yeah, only 5 first-class matches before this one. So you got to hand it to the debutant Carmichael. And it looks a lot more organized after that initial time in the crease. Never easy. High scores for Ireland in Test debut. Kevin O'Brien, 118. Tucker, 108. And then 350s from Tector, Carmichael, and Thompson. So you got to give it to him because not a lot of experience in terms of first-class cricket. And you're coming to alien conditions. It's very good. And he's got the start, and he's got, what, 121 deliveries to a score of 55 that he's managed to make so far. And it's ideal conditions for someone who gets that set. Good section of the crowd where he should be thinking about converting this start to a big one. Think about 100 now. Never easy. Easier said than done. But certainly an opportunity. We'll have to wait and see. Partnership worth 49. And it's come in a good time also. It's 79 deliveries because Curtis Camp from the other side have scored quite nicely also, 23 of 39. Maybe Hassan Miraj to continue. 1 for 21 in 8 overs. Round the wicket to start with. And they've kept it pretty simple, haven't they? They haven't taken any risk. You really don't want to see them taking any unnecessary risk. Play it true to the merit of the delivery, and when there is opportunity, the score.
Yeah, I think they have a really clear, simple game plan, Ireland. And they try and execute that. They don't try and sort of look outside the realm of what each player has to offer. I think maybe Paul Stirling is sort of the anomaly in the side, that he'll come out and play his shots and be ultra positive. For the rest, I think there's quite an attractive simplicity of how they go about their work. Again, 146 for 3. I think they'll be quite disappointed that Tector didn't quite get in and try and contribute to the total. Yeah, he's been trying to play that shot throughout the day. Just before lunch, the particular delivery that missed the leg stump, but on this occasion, because of the angle that the off spinner has to create from around the wicket, he has an excellent sight of the ball to play this reverse sweep.
The boundary also brings up the 50 partnership. Everything perfect in really good position. The hands, the head over the top of the ball, and then execution. Really nice. Which also just upsets the bowler, doesn't it? 53 now partnership. Because he knows that the batters are not afraid to go and try to play reverse. This time, the conventional sweep.
This is out there because he finds the only fielder behind square on the leg side. Maybe slightly got a little bit greedy and hit it a little bit too hard and a little bit too square. Possibly would have wanted to go a little bit finer and just go to the right of that particular fielder.
We've already seen him playing a couple of sweeps. He needs to be watchful, a little bit more watchful, because you don't want to see him get out at this stage of the game. That's what his teammates will be hoping for. Just bat through. Because at times when you try to play too many sweep shots, you miss one and you trap in front. That's exactly what Maydesin Miraj will be hoping for. Okay, he'll be happy to see him play the sweep shot, no problems. Change of angles over the wicket now. 150 up also on the board for Ireland. 150 for 3. And the first 50 came in 67 deliveries because Paul Stirling was there. Second one took a little bit more time. The third 50 also on a quicker side because 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has also shown that he's keen to work in terms of scoring a little bit quickly. So spin from both ends.
I'm going to ask you a question, Atta. What have you taken out of the Bangladesh bowling up to this particular stage? Also the fact that they've gone in with just the two seamers. I felt in that first hour they needed another option with the seamer.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ed. But having said that, the coaching staff, the skipper, team management, the selectors would certainly have different plans. Bangladesh do rely heavily on spin. But if you look at the surface, you did the pitch report, it looked a lot drier. The grass had been taken off from the surface. It indicates that maybe day 2, day 3 and onwards, the spin will play a bigger part. So far, we haven't seen on the first day of a test match the spinners taking control. Yes, they could have added another seamer. There was Ibadat Hussain who was injured earlier on, is in the squad, so is Khalid Ahmed. There were options, we'll come back to that. 150 for 3. And then there on the sidelines, Khalid Ahmad on his left of the screen. The Ibadat on the right of the screen, Ibadat Hussain. And also, just to continue on our conversation from the previous over, when you have someone like Taijul Islam and Madison Miraj and frontline spinners, I don't think you need an extra spinner to add on. Reverse. And taken, that's the problem. Whether it got some part of the bat or the gloves, umpire is unmoved. What are they going to do? He thinks he's got some part of the bat and he's taken the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for a catch. I've seen the foot placement and it's a fair delivery. On-field decision is not out. If we can have a look at front on, please. Okay, definitely hits the arm. We need to see if it's brushed any glove on the way up to the arm. Can we have a look at 𝗏𝗃𝗃, please? Just waiting for 𝗏𝗃𝗃. Still waiting for 𝗏𝗃𝗃. 𝗏𝗃𝗃 coming up. Okay, ball. Just rock back, please. Let's go back to front on, yeah. Come through. Okay, roll through. Okay, let's go back to where the ball is close to the edge of the bat, please. Okay, and slow. Okay, I've got the ball on the bat and I've got small murmur there, which I'll take as the spike of the ball hitting the edge of the bat. Okay, roll it through. So he's hit it. Okay. Rock it back, please. Roll back. Okay, and roll back onto the glove as well. Go onto the glove. Okay. Just go back a little bit. Okay. Roll through. So he's hit the ball on the edge of the bat. Okay, roll it through. Need to see the catch. Okay, and I need to go to the catch as well, please. Okay, he's got the hands under the ball. Okay, we'll go back to Hassan on field. Hassan, I had a spike when the ball was on the edge of the bat. I'm going to have to ask you to reverse your decision to out. You're on screen now, please signal.
What a good review taken one more time, and Carmichael on debut will be disappointed because it was the reverse that has gone in favor of Bangladesh team, and they're happy. The fans are happy to see the back of debutant Carmichael. Have a look at that reaction and also disappointment for Carmichael. Well said on 59, tried to play reverse a little bit too many times. Out for 59, Ireland 150 for 4. We were just talking, weren't we, Ed, about that reverse, whether the batter should be looking to play reverse or the sweep shot. Okay, Lock Taka is the new batter. Look at that average. Very good. 350s and 100. 100 that was made on debut. But credit to Ahmed Miraj. He spoke about that he'll be happy to see batters trying to play the reverse. No problems. He has the last laugh.
Yeah, there's something else that was quite remarkable here. Nazmul Hussain Shanto, who's at first slip. Look at how he reacts to the reverse sweep here. Moving away to his right, and then the presence of mind to know to go the other way and then run. And then take the catch. So that's a sense of being within the game, in the sense that he realizes he's going to play the reverse sweep. I try and cut it off, but at the same time, I've got to make ground to take an excellent catch.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant from Shanto. The amount of ground that he had to make after moving to his right is brilliant. And then what about the review? He was the one who took the review. So 100% marks to Nazmul Shanto for his outstanding catching, to have that belief that there's some part of the bat of the gloves was there. 150 for 4.
मतलब इधर तक आया ही नहीं, इधर तक आया ही नहीं, इधर ही दे दिया। नहीं वो बैट्समैन भी दिखा रहा था इधर। मिराज, चलो चलो टीजे। One more टीजे।
When things were looking good for Ireland, they keep losing wickets.
Especially when you come to foreign conditions. When you get a start, when you get a partnership, you really need to dig deeper and make it a really big one. There, 53, that partnership. You've got to turn that into a 100-run partnership and better. Because of these particular conditions and because of the opponent that you're playing that understands their conditions very well. So they'll be quite disappointed that partnership has been broken, and also on the back of that, a set batter on 59 off 129. So he's done the hard work. He has set up his stall.
And that also goes for Paul Stirling, remember. Good start, 60 of 76 when things were looking very good and bright. And they lose 2 quick wickets. And again. So they'll be applying a little bit more pressure here from Bangladesh.
चलो चलो আরেকটা ডট করলে ম্যাটিন হয়ে যাবে টিজে চলো good over
A maiden 150 for 4. And 96 between Carmichael and Stirling, and 53 Carmichael and Camphor. Needed to go a little bit bigger, much bigger.
I mean, the other side of this is that you've actually got yourself out in that regard. You haven't got a jaffer of a delivery or an unplayable delivery. And so you've just let the opponent in through the front door. New batter at the crease. Now he's got to start again. Camphor's got to start another relationship with a new batter who is Tucker. But Tucker is a good player, a busy player. Actually one of the better players of spin in the side.
Yeah, he made his debut in the year 2023 against Bangladesh in Mirpur, and he picked up 100. It just shows that he likes batting in these conditions. Lovely use of the feet, beautiful use of the feet, and look at that strike. It's gone all the way for the maximum.
You know what, I'm just going to open my account with a little wonder out of the crease, a little chip away for 6. This is commanding. It's nice and close to it. It's about the middle of the bat. So positive from the wicketkeeper batter.
And absolutely nothing wrong in that shot, Ed. Because he had gone down the wicket and played with the spin. Again, takes an easy single, gets off strike.
Yeah, that'll calm things down to some degree for Ireland. But it'll also now make Mahedi think about his pace. How slow he's going to go through the air, because Tucker's just showed him how quickly he can use his feet and get close to the ball.
Good ball, 𝗵𝗀𝗃. টিনে তিন হবে নাকি? Good over, Miraj.
157 for 4.
আজাও টিজে 3-3 আরে ইয়াং ব্লাড 99 না ঠিক আছে একদম নতুন ব্যাট
Yeah, what Ireland need is another partnership here.
Just towards you for off. Towards for off. Right, that's it. That's off stump. Off, yeah. Off stump.
A lot will depend on this pair. We've mentioned about Tucker, who already has a test match, 100 against the same opposition on debut. With him is 𝗂𝗃𝗃, who's looked good also. Well, 𝗽𝗂𝗃𝗃 will continue.
One more, TJ.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to run away. It should. Outfield is lightning. Ooh, that's a good effort. Hassan Murad. And there's good commitment there. Chases this all the way down. And I think the dive here is what saves it from being a boundary. Oh, that's a great effort. Really is a great effort. And scoops it away from his body so that the ball doesn't ricochet off of his body and then go into the boundary. Superb fielding.
Never mind, TJ. তুমি চাইলেই পারো.
I heard you talking about Mushfiqur Rahim and his service to Bangladesh. 99 test matches, will play his 100th in Mirpur. The whole of Ireland have only played 10. Balbirnie's the most with 11. It's about a 10th of the game, a 9th of the amount of games that Mushfiqur Rahim has played in his career. It shows also the gulf and how much cricket that this man in picture has played since 2005, 20 years of service. Another good shot. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 now getting into his work. This is superbly played with the turn through the offside for yet another boundary that'll be added to 𝗂𝗃𝗃's total and Ireland.
Yeah, to be able to play it late, let the ball come on to the bat, and then the wrist work. Excellent wrist work. He could have gone a little bit squarer, but he did not. So played it away to the right of the fielder at the covers. Lovely stroke.
Problem nine.
7 in that over. 164 for 4.
ভাইয়া 47 হয়েছে 50 এর জন্য 70 হয় 3 ওভারে 6 রান হ্যাঁ চলো 2 করে ঠিক আছে আরে ব্যাটটা খুলে দে বা
Excellent over. Previous one. Ireland. How Kampfer's able to manipulate the ball, and alongside him now he's got a counterpart who does the same thing. So in the previous over used his feet, this time has gone on to the sweep. So a lot to think about here for Mehedi Miraj. And the most important thing is to find the right pace that he needs to bowl at. Because he's got a batter that seems quite busy, and he's got a batter from the other end who's quite accomplished against spin.
Yeah, it does work in your favor if you can mix it up, the variety, how you bowl it. You know, if you look at the speed that you're talking about, 87, 87, 82. Not a bad idea to mix it up. And also the fact that since in the previous over we saw Tucker going down the wicket and hit a really good looking shot for that 6. The last one was a little bit quicker. Too short on that occasion. Missed out. So you, as a bowler, especially as a spinner, you've got to have that skill to understand what the batter is thinking and then try to put some sort of doubt what he's not expecting. With that single, he will keep the strike got his camp for 165 for 4.
Bangladesh would be quite happy with how the session has transpired so far, because 3 of the 4 wickets fallen in this one after lunch.
50 seconds.
Particularly the set batter in Cade Carmichael. Hassan Murad back in action. Time from the rocket end, bowled his first spell from the Dutch Bangla Bank end, the other end, which is closer to us. Slip and the short cover in position for the right-handed Tucker. So happy with how things have transpired so far.
Yeah, look, swings and roundabouts. I don't think you want 2 of your top order to get to 50 and neither of them to go on. That being said, it's good to have 2 players get past that milestone. Too often in Test cricket, Ireland have relied on their middle and lower order. Lorcan Tucker, Andy McMarkadere, who's not here unfortunately. He'll be here for the T20s, but suffered with a knee injury during the summer. And news as well that Rossiter unfortunately won't be making it out for the T20 series later in this tour. Hopefully he recovers well from what was looking like the start of a stress injury in his knee, which sounds very painful, I have to say. But hopefully he'll be back before too long.
Some important players, particularly, they have proven themselves in such conditions, sparing his pace quite well. Happy to let it go on this occasion, Tucker. Rad, first delivery 88 kilometers, then 90, then 78. Oh, opportunity! Gone down, spilled. Wasn't the easiest of chances for the Bangladesh captain. In the slip cotton, goes down, unfortunate Murad. It's a maiden over, 165 for 4. Spin from both ends. Left arm spinner Hassan Murad just introduced and almost got the better of 𝗏𝗀𝗽𝗃.
I think what you have to realize here is the shot that was played would have meant that the ball would have been coming at huge pace. Just got onto him a little bit too quickly, couldn't get the hands up. It's an uncomfortable height there, just around the belly button. And unfortunately, the glasses have paid the price for the drop catch. Hopefully he's got a couple of spare ones in the bag. Those ones look like their day is done.
In the slot. And that is a crisp stroke from 𝗂𝗪𝗓. Will get a boundary for it.
A very strong area for 𝗂𝗪𝗓 there through extra cover. It's the way he's able to manipulate the line that he hits it with his bottom hand coming through. Able to just slightly close the face to beat the fielder in extra cover. And the jog is just for show because he knew that was flying to the boundary.
Was firmly struck, over-pitched. Mentioned the glass paid the price. Ultimately, I think, unless they're sponsored, he had to pay for them.
Aside from that diving catch, there has been some good fielding from Bangladesh. I will say their boundary fielding has been exceptional. The catching, though, 1 from 2 for Shanto. He won't be happy with those stats.
Speaking of outfielding, correct me if I'm wrong, you get 5 run-outs in a single match? Is it the Aussies?
That's good knowledge. 𝗏𝗏𝗧 was against Pakistan. But yes, there was a lot of yes, no, maybes in that match.
Just the last bit. Takes away half the marks. But 50 overs done with. Ireland are 171 for 4. Sterling played within himself to his strength. Carmichael showed some grit and determination. But none of them converted. Now, being reintroduced into the attack, Hassan Murad, in the previous over, I think he bowled excellently. He's varied his pace. Now the first delivery. He's taken pace off sort of 78.7 clicks. Lighted, but nicely swept. That sounded cracking. The result is good for 𝗏𝗀𝗽𝗃. 4.
Yeah, really good option. Took her very good on the sweep. We've seen him coming down the track as an attacking option, but he's decided it's a better opportunity going with the cross-bat shot against the debutant. Hit the inside half of the bat in the previous deliveries, he's decided, no, I'm going to have to take the attack to Murad.
Much better in terms of length this occasion. The key factor in that stroke was that he was playing against the spin. Ball was straightening after pitching. Huge gap in that area, the deep mid-wicket region. Shanto tempting the batters to go and play against the spinner. Coming around the wicket, the left-arm spinner.
Not sure how much spin he would get with that lower arm angle he's gone with for the first few deliveries. I think that's why Tucker's gone with the sweep, because it's more about the arm ball. That's the one, that one he gets a little bit higher in his action, comes over the top, and that's when he's going to get the turn away. Interesting as well, all three spinners have been very good in their variations in terms of where they deliver the ball. Using the crease, going wide, getting a little bit tighter, just adding that extra bit of difficulty for the batters to contend with. There's a good example. Front foot at that outside line. It just means that you have to deal with it coming in at the stumps a little bit more if he gets it right. All these different nuances that the batters have to deal with from three very different spinners.
Spotted easy. 5 runs of this Hassan Murad over. It's 176 for 4. Is Bangladesh sort of redeeming themselves with the 3 wickets in this session, with this pair and getting into their zone and looking sort of comfortable. Lorcan Tucker and Curtis Campher. That makes Nazmul Hussain Shanto make a change and bring back Hassan Mahmood. Bowled well, make the ball tuck and make it move both ways. First wicket of the Ireland captain Andrew Balbirnie. That was his scalp. A slip and a gully in place for him. Right on the money.
Excellent exponent of the wobble seam. Hassan can get the ball. I think the danger really is the one that hits the seam and comes in. We've seen it on a number of occasions. Needs to get the length right. But he's got to try and make sure he stays in a channel as well, in and around off stump. He's sometimes got a little bit too straight as well, so when it does hit the seam, it's just going down leg side, makes it too easy for the batters.
Back of length as of now. Ball is 50 overs old. He does have Yorker up his sleeve. Wait and watch if he does bring it up and if he can execute it.
I think that a better idea might be just getting slightly fuller than we've just seen there. Try and get Lorcan Tucker coming forward, and then if you can get it to nip off the seam, you bring that front pad into play. It's just about whether you can afford to go straight enough that it'll hit in line.
Well, proactive from the batter on this occasion, taking a few steps forward, prompting that throw from Hassan Mahmood, the bowler.
Yeah, well, I think that just shows he's thinking the same thing, that Hassan, he's trying to take that mode of dismissal out. He's getting outside the line, coming down the pitch, playing nice and tight to his front pad, and there'll be far fewer people than him that'll be worried about a throw being shied at him. Lorcan Tucker, a cool, calm customer. Yeah, there he is. He's already outside his crease. So think about where he actually met that ball.
Much better from Hassan Mahmood. And also, to go on with the field, does have a deep backward point, sort of a deep backward square leg in place. Just a slip in a gully, which kind of indicates that he is going to bowl that length delivery, that hard length.
Yeah, good test match bowling. Not searching for a wicket. Just covering things on the offside if he strays a little bit too far outside off. If he goes onto leg stump, he's got protection. He's trying not to go for any boundaries. Just test the patience of 𝗺𝗀𝗃𝗃.
There's that length again. But I'm with you on this. I'd like someone like Hasan Mahmood who can make the ball move after pitching, maybe pitch it up a bit. Is bowling it much fuller, but well fielded. Mid-on, only get a single. Last ball, so Tucker will retain strike. It's 177 for 4.
মুরাদ এটা খেলো এটা একটু সোজা রাখি এর বেলায়
Nice one. Thanks, guys. Cheers. Thanks.
Hasan Mahmood, Nahid Rana and Mehdi Hasan Miraj among the wickets. Still none, so far at least, for Taijul and Murad. Miraj has had a great session. Is Hasan Murad from the Rocket end.
Good ball, Murad. Good ball, Murad.
One of the better names of an end going round, the Rocket end. You want to be a seamer bowling from that end though, don't you?
Was Nahid Rana bowling from that end.
Wow, very good, Murad.
Call it though. Last delivery of the previous over. Did try that Yorker, but also trying to pitch it a bit fuller. Didn't really execute it. Speaking of the other Hasan Mahmood. Asking the batters to drive, but Tucker so far dealing with it well. This time off the back foot.
I think one thing about being good at playing spin means you're good on your feet. Seen that from 𝗺𝗀𝗃𝗃 right throughout. He's only been out there for a short time, but came down the pitch. He's swept. Happy to get on the back foot as any occasion. And there's a beautiful stroke down the ground. 2 full and good head position, but once more, oh, almost brilliant on the boundary, but just doesn't quite cut it off. It deserved 4, it got 4.
Just slips it out of Shadman Islam on that occasion. The captain wouldn't be very happy. Full, nicely forward, full follow through of the bat. Sliding, then did not gain control of it. Something tells me Hasan Murad maybe got a bit of his fingers on it, managed to slow it down slightly. Even then, not enough. Quicker delivery.
I think out there, that was Shadman Islam. He missed it with his hand. It came off the leg, so absolutely no control, as you said. You're hoping it bounces off and goes back into the field of play, but no such luck on that occasion.
The boundary in this over. Ireland 181 for 4.
Center.
Day one of the first test match of the Dutch-Bangla Bank series. Hassan Mahmood will continue from the Dutch-Bangla Bank end. Targeting the stumps. Got that zip.
Well, that's exactly what I was talking about last over. He just got a little bit too straight on middle stump, but came off the seam into leg and had the protection. Yes, it was mid-wicket that cut it off, but the protection at backward square to try and make sure that even though it goes into the leg side, it's not going to be more than one.
Maybe a few deliveries which are coming in. Get one straight in enough. The right line. Draw the batter forward to play that shot. Maybe that's those two fielders, the slip and gully, might come into play. So far, his defense has been good.
I think as well it's always interesting to see how batters can build a partnership together in terms of their personalities. The way Paul Stirling played earlier on, you saw 𝗂𝗃𝗃 maybe be a bit more expansive than he would naturally be. These two quite similar in their way of going about things in Test cricket. Very busy, always looking to take the bowler on in whatever manner, such as we saw from Lorcan Tucker last over, coming down the pitch. Curtis Campher not afraid to take the bowlers on and look to hit it over the top. Great, but finds the fielder. So I think they'll enjoy batting together, and it does make a difference when you're out there in the heat. First test match, coming off the back of an autumn in Ireland. Enjoy batting with your partner.
That's a nice one. We often say opposites attract each other, but if you're similar in traits, yeah, it works. Certainly does. Lorcan Tucker, century on debut versus Bangladesh, 2023. Solid defense. You want to tap into those memories and motivate yourself to keep on going.
Yeah, I took the words out of my mouth. He says he's got very fond memories of that test match the last time here. It was his first time playing test cricket and he got a century. And that does make a difference. It wasn't on this ground, but it was in Bangladesh. So having the knowledge that you've done it before really does help you repeat the feat. That's what he'll be hoping.
Not willing to give anything away, but also giving respect to Hassan Mahmood. Is realizing that he's in his groove, is Hassan Mahmood. He's waiting and he's happy to be patient.
Hasn't been a happy area for Bangladesh, the catches there.
Just one of those days. Probably what they'll be saying to Phil Simmons. Nicely behind it. Just a single in this over. It's 182 for 4. That partnership of 96 of 156 not only steadied the ship, but then laid the foundations right, and then Carmichael featuring in the next one with Campher. Hope that they could have converted that. Round arm action from Hassan Murad yet again coming into play, fighting it in. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃 is not a sit around. Might eye that deep mid-wicket cow corner area. Fight it again, but outside the off.
The two fielders in the deep, one on the leg side, one on the offside square. Leg is just slightly behind. It's gone a bit square since the sweep shot from Lorcan Tucker.
Building off his own bowling. Another interesting fact, just to point out that the fielder in the short mid-wicket region, if you may call it, Zahid Rana, the tall fella. Right in his eyesight. Battle brewing in the middle. Well bowled.
Just starting to get an idea of the various changes that he likes to make, Murad, because that one was the one he comes wide and just bowls a little bit flatter in towards the stumps. Tiny bit of turn away. Happy to watch it go through.
Another over done with. It's 183 for 4. As per this schedule at the bottom of your screens, 4 minutes to go till the end of the second session. Hassan Mahmood, the seam bowler bowling from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. Ireland pair in the middle would be hoping that they keep wickets intact before they go after the break to see this over off.
Seems like overkill to say, but it feels like an important for Ireland in particular. Bangladesh will be pleased enough, 3 wickets in the session. What Ireland don't want is for this partnership to break.
Side the off. Section in the deep. Seen the partnerships being highlighted, 96 and then 53. We've talked about how the lack of the first-class structure back in Ireland. Having said all of those things, even then, we're talking about Mushfiqur Rahim's 100 match. Most anyone in the island setup has played is 10 matches. But the reason I say this is because it's not easy. They come in and they are showing that determination and grit, trying to be extraordinary, playing within themselves to their strengths.
Both these players have played attacking shots, especially early in their innings. Both of them wanted to get good bat on ball early on in their innings, but since then they've both been happy to just absorb a little bit of pressure. Bangladesh feel like they're maybe slightly on top, so while you're bowling well, Ireland just happy to nick singles here and there, wait for the one that's slightly too straight, a wider one like we just saw earlier on from 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Take what's on offer rather than go searching.
mentioned the traits of both these players in Lorcan Tucker and Curtis Campher. Busy cricketers. Paul Stirling, an optimistic one, hitting 9 boundaries, score of 60. They've kept things simple. They say simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It is being reflected out there in the batting effort from Ireland so far. Oh, probably has had an impact on the grill of the helmet. Just make sure, because if that has, then the concussion protocol will be followed.
He's been so patient, Hassan, the way he's gone about things the last couple of overs. So that short one just seems to have surprised Lorcan Tucker. Automatically went to the pull shot, but threw it too early. That's going to hurt. Just wondered, did it clock him on the upper arm or was it the elbow? I think it might have been just above the elbow, hopefully for Lorcan Tucker's sake, because if it's on the elbow, that really can sting.
Nicely fended off. Thankfully, it wasn't the helmet on that occasion. The 56th over done with, and as Ahsan Raza takes the bails off, calls for tea. 184 for 4 Ireland, and in this session, Nazmussen Shanto and company would be happy that they've managed to break 2 partnerships, which could have proven to be detrimental for them in the course of the game. They've taken 3 wickets, but also credit to Lorcan Tucker and Curtis Campher in putting up 34 runs for this partnership and going back into the dressing room safe and sound.
Yeah, Lorcan Tucker just about safe and sound after that second last delivery. He's still out there in the middle alongside Curtis Campher, who's looking in good touch on 35 from 71. Earlier on it was Stirling and Carmichael who gave Ireland the start they wanted with 60 and 59. But they're still waiting for the big score. They're hoping it'll come from one of those 2 out in the middle. Currently together for 34 from 76, 2 good partnerships. First with Carmichael and Stirling for 96, and then Carmichael and Campher adding 53 before Carmichael had to make way. Stirling back up the top of the order. Well, he lost his opening partner early, but that was the end of Stirling early on in the second session. Harry Tector came in and he quickly went out again. This is judged out on review. Craig Carmichael getting to his maiden test half-century. Curtis Campher, when he came out, he entertained all and sundry. Craig Carmichael, near the end of his innings, just opening up a little bit. This was the moment that he was able to raise his bat. 50 on debut, it's not something everyone can say they have. He enjoyed batting with Curtis Campher, particularly from the non-striker's end, as Curtis Campher hit a couple of boundaries. Carmichael, well, 1 reverse sweep came off, but the final one didn't. Shanto taking a brilliant catch after a poor day in the field, it has to be said, catching for his team. And Lorcan Tucker, the latest batsman out in the middle, he joined Curtis Campher, who showed real patience and persistence. Lorcan Tucker also surviving a sharp chance. So Ireland making hay while the catches go down. Lorcan Tucker showing all the shots, and there's a good shot for you.
Yeah, going with 2 seamers and 3 spinners. Wickets apiece for the seamers in Hassan Mahmood and Nahid Rana, and 2 for Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Makes up for the 4 wickets they've taken. Bangladesh hoping for a few more, but Tucker and Campher might have other ideas. It is time for tea. We'll take a break, have some tea in Sylhet, then we'll come back with the final session of day 1.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sylhet for the last session of the first day of the first test match in the Dutch-Bangla Bank test series between Bangladesh and Ireland. This is what's transpired so far. Ireland choosing to bat first, had a bit of trouble losing their captain, then a fight back with a partnership between Sterling and Carmichael, and then post-lunch Bangladesh fought back to take 3 wickets. At the moment, Curtis Camphor and Lorcan Tucker building up a partnership of 34. As you can see, prior to that, the most important partnership was between the debutant Cody Carmichael and Paul Sterling of 96. Well, let's show you the fall of the wickets. First one very early in the day, just after play started. The very first over from Hasan Mahmood. Review was taken, appeal made, and eventually it went in favor of the bowler. Catches were taken in the post-lunch session. Nahid Rana, who had a couple of dropped off and got one, and then this big appeal didn't get the response from the umpire. On review, it was shown to be going and heading the leg stump. And then the reverse, rather uncalled for, a superb catch. Just that edged the top of the gloves there. The band got him out, and that was the last wicket to fall. 184 for 4. In the shade, understandably, before coming out. It's quite a hot and muggy day here in Sylhet. But what a delightful sight that is as we look from the drone. Wicket each for Hasan Mahmood and Nahid Rana, and couple for Mehdi Hasan Miraj at a very miserly economy rate of exactly 3. Good afternoon at Rainsford.
Good afternoon, Shamim. And it is a well-balanced first day, isn't it? The 4 wickets to fall, 184. I think Bangladesh should probably be the more disappointed of the two sides because of their drop catches. I think they'll be thinking back and saying, how did we drop 4 catches today? And so the discipline in that respect will be something that will be in their 4 minds. It'll be a conversation that'll be happening. And then for Ireland, maybe a couple of soft dismissals. Carmichael, I think, you know, playing in his first test match, and he's only played 5 first-class games, will be thinking to himself, if I'd gotten away with that reverse sweep, could I have put it away and then maybe got to my maiden test match 100? But it's not to be. It's 2 players that are quite positive in their approach to spinners that are out there in Tucker and Camphor. Both fairly well set. 50 deliveries for Tucker and 71 for Camphor. So they've just gone through that difficult period, but they're going to have to start again now after an interval, a break, a mental break, a refresher as we go into the 3rd and final session.
Yeah, mental break, as you mentioned, but also sort of hinders the momentum that they'd gathered. You're talking about that rebuilding partnership of 34. So they've got to come back from the cool of the dressing rooms back into the heat and the bright sunlight, adjust to the light, adjust to the conditions, once again refocus and ensure that they carry on. Just take a bit of time to settle down, look at what the ball is doing, and really with ample time in your hands, you can afford to just play the ball to its merits. Curtis Camphor on 35 of 55 has looked comfortable. He's looked to be aggressive on occasions, dancing down the wicket. Lorcan Tucker, 22 of 50 deliveries, and so 1-6 in that. So both the batters have seemed take on the bowling and try and upset the rhythm of the bowlers on occasions. The last session, Nahid Rana, 11 overs so far, 1 for 48, tad more expensive than the other bowlers, but he can be really fiery. He's got a raw pace. Got a couple of slips and a gully in position, and we're all set to go for the post-tea session. Right on the money. That's very good from Nahid Rana.
And a good change for the skipper straight after an interval to bring on the fast bowler and use him sparingly. Maybe a short burst here, 3 to 4 overs. Give me your best 3 to 4 overs, as hostile and as quick as you can bowl, and let's get another wicket. This particular ball now coming up to 57 years, I was going to say. Goodness. The whole commentary box is just broken into laughter.
It hasn't been that long a day, has it, Ed?
Let me do a double take there. 57 overs. Right, everybody calm down behind me.
Well, you woke everyone up. They were just dozing away back there during the tea break. That's what the batters need to do, ensure that they've got their senses about them. Oh, nicely done. This is very good. As a bowler, you might get a little carried away, knowing that you've got that pace. The last one was 141.5 clicks. It's got to be tidy.
The other thing you may be looking for from Rana is maybe a little bit of reverse swing. With his action and the pace that he can generate and the age of the ball right now. Just, is there something there for him? Is there a little bit of tail back? Is there enough abrasion on that ball?
Oops.
Well.
Not enough to keep it in his hand.
Well, the ball is quite old.
Hey, what you did up here is rubbing off out there in the middle, Eddie. Goodness, don't often see that. Well, slipping out the fingers, we always say during a white ball match, particularly in the evenings, the dew factor and all that kind of stuff. No excuses here.
Maybe just a little bit of shine on the one side, a little bit of abrasion on the other side. Yeah, a little bit of work being done to it. Still looks in relatively good shape.
Dr. Ali in there as a substitute. Hassan Mahmood just sitting it out for the moment. Oh, Sewell's round. Alert to the length of that ball. Stood his ground. Couldn't put it past Mushfiqur Rahim in the deep.
Well, that'll be another option with the change of length to go short and maybe create some sort of doubt in the batsman's mind. Yeah, just maybe loses a little bit of control and it continues to get big on him, and that's why he goes on a couple of bounces to Mushfiqur Rahim down at fine leg.
Just deviating down leg. Easy enough once again to tuck it away for another single. Couple of runs in that over, 186 for 4. Nicely poised this first test match. The Dutch-Bangla Bank Series, Ireland recovering. Making a partnership of 30. That's a nice place to watch the game from. debutant. He's been quite miserly into his 8th over, just given away 15 runs.
You want to show him here? Everybody's listening. Someone's listening. My phone's blowing up now, and I'm just getting numbers. 5-7, 5-7. Gosh.
As long as they don't think it's your age.
I'm not too far off.
I'm well beyond. Well, just a little tuck around once again. Well, in the middle, I think they're taking it a little more seriously. And that's the way it should be in a test match.
Yeah. Let's get back to the cricket. Haven't seen a great deal of turn, have we? Just a little bit, just to keep the spinners interested.
Yeah, not enough swing early on with the new ball. Even that was missing. Not enough spin, as you just mentioned, and nothing reversing either. I mean, we are in the 58th over. You expect some kind of reverse to happen. Really haven't detected that. So that should tell the batters, if you put your mind to it, it should be easier to manipulate the balls and play comfortably. He's back in the shade. It's the end of the 58th over, 187 for 4. Test cricket is back here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Lovely shot from the drone as we continue the post-tea session. Bangladesh trying to eke out another wicket. The partnership has been good so far, of 37 of 88 balls. Lorcan Tucker and Curtis Camphor. Going to be Naid Rana again into his 13th over. Had him in a spot of bother, bit of a tangle.
Yeah, I think what we'll find in this test match, there's different phases of how to play on this particular pitch. When the ball is new, when it does come on with a nice, prouder, newer seam, you'll get that movement off the surface. And then once a little bit of the shine comes off, and it becomes a little bit better to bat on. But then there's the other phase where the ball gets a lot older and a lot softer, and when it's difficult to actually get a little bit of timing, and for the fielding side to get something out of the surface. But from what I saw, the visuals of this particular ball, that ball still looks in very good nick. So that seam still looks as if it's nice and firm still. There's still a bit of writing on the one side of the ball, indicating that they've been taking fairly good care of it.
And these are the little points, little areas that the batters are looking out for. The lines of the ball, you're talking about the seam still being pretty proud and hard. So once in a while, you'll get balls angled down the leg side. Maybe I just thought that instead of just having flicked that one, some more bat on it, could have put it away behind square on the onside. Opportunities that you have to manufacture for yourself. once again, that very tidy line and length being continued here by Nahid Rana. It's good to see times in the past, exuberance of youth made him try different things when it was not working out. He's not getting much success. He'd tend to bowl the ball quicker, and in the process he'd lose his lines and lengths. But, in the last couple of overs he's been very tidy, maintained a very disciplined line and length. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 just saying sorry to the batter, keeping him waiting. Little deviation comes once every over from Nahid.
Now and again, and that will happen because of where he releases the ball, very high, and he's also hitting the pitch quite hard. So in doing that, you will get some sort of variation. Whereas when someone is quite skiddy, it seems to just come on. Whereas you have a bowler that's pounding away into the surface. Let's have a look at the release. Yeah, looking to hit the pitch nice and hard. And with that ball coming out the hand, we could see the release there, that it's coming out with a bit of a scrambled seam. There's his spells and the ends. Bangla bank end. Overs, 0 for 33, but the rocket end, he's enjoyed his time out there. Look at the economy, look at the amount of runs, and he's also got the wicket into his 7th over from that particular end.
Short, and that has been really cold, and he has been put away for 4 runs. Punished with a short delivery, 193 for 4. Well, the post-tee session so far has been controlled by the partnership of Tucker and Camphor.
Yeah, it just sits up in the surface on that occasion. A little bit too short. Nicely played, well in front of square.
Oh, hit that very hard. Got a deflection off that fielder at short cover, short extra cover. Mominul Haq stopped it from racing away into the deep.
Have a closer look at it. Hit firmly. It's a hand on it. Because you almost think if it gets past him and pierces that gap, could have been a boundary. Ooh. That's a beauty. What I want you to pay attention here is the speed of this delivery. 78.9 kilometers. Give it enough time to do this.
That's the drift. Floated in and tempting the batter to come forward to meet it and then just eluding the bat. Super delivery. Whenever you tend to bowl it slow through the air, you tend to give it some more chance to get purchase off the track. Even the last one was even slower, but it didn't get that turn. What we're talking about earlier, but some balls turning and some not, was the seed of doubt in the batter's mind.
Have a look at how much it turns. Enough to beat the outside edge, but also enough just to keep the bowler and the fielders interested, and a bit of doubt for the batter.
And that bit of doubt with the ball beating the bat has allowed Hassan Murad to keep the batters interested and not really giving them the opportunity to be a little more aggressive. He thought about it. I think it's just aborted it at the last moment. It's a maiden over. 193 for 4. Still 30 overs to go on this first day's play. I doubt whether they're going to get them all in. Sun sets pretty quickly in Sylhet, but we'll try our best. Get as many overs in as possible. With the spinners bowling in tandem now, the over rate is going to pick up.
Keep an eye on 𝗂𝗍𝗄's speeds here. Murad, we saw, was a lot slower through the air and got one particular ball to turn and take a little bit of purchase.
Hurried through the air, so he mixes it up. First ball about 80, this one about 83. See, take a leaf out of that delivery from Hassan Murad, the senior man. No harm in that, giving the ball some flight, which he does.
Also gives you a reflection on what each bowler is thinking about and what sort of plans, how they go about operating in these conditions. That young man, a lot slower. 𝗂𝗍𝗄, probably about 3 or 4 kilometers, a little bit quicker.
Didn't bother to run. I think the reason why was possibly no shot offered, the deflection. He's a wily old customer. There's Taijul Islam. Do not be surprised if he comes up with a gem. Just sets up the batsman, gives them the feeling that they're comfy there. It's been good, tidy bowling. Once again, a maiden over. 193 for 4. Just feel with those main overs back to back, there will be a little bit of pressure. Try and get things moving. That one went with the arm. This young man, Hassan Murad, on his debut has been quite impressive so far.
Yeah, that one goes on. Yeah, you're right. Nice hand by the field there, cover. Again, if it gets past him, there's no one in that sort of vicinity to stop that delivery getting to the boundary.
It's been a weird mix of some good fielding and some rather the lapses of dropped catches, 4 of them in the innings so far. Something that might come back to bite Bangladesh. Oh, no, that might be close. Maybe impacting outside. Oh, the finger has gone up. Well, that kept low. He went for that sweep and is now gone for the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. You can have a look at front on, please. Okay, just rock it back. Appears that the ball is missing the bat. Can we have a look at Ultra-Edge, please, to confirm that? Yeah, roll it through. Okay, clearly gap between bat and ball. Roll it all the way into the pad, please. Okay. We can go to ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, impact is outside off. So we'll go back to Ahsan on field to reverse his decision to not out. Ahsan, you're on screen. Please reverse your decision.
Well, the decision has to be reversed because the impact was outside the line of the off stump, and Hasan Murad does not get his first wicket in Test cricket. But it was the pressure that was building up that led to that kind of a shot.
Yeah, good review here, 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗃, because he had a long think about it and he looked down to almost think about where the ball pitched and then eventually went upstairs. For that young man, he thought, oh, I was just inches away from picking up my first Test wicket.
This has been a good phase of play for the Bangladeshi bowlers, making them work really hard, keeping them quiet, forcing them to almost a shot of indiscretion, which almost got a wicket. They've got to keep on continuing this pressure.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that. We're into the 6th over and just 10 runs. So the pressure is building, and that last shot to play that sweep shot was a release, trying to shake off the shackles.
Induces the edge, does trickle away for a single. Nevertheless, an excellent over from Hasan Murad. 195 for 4.
Yes, brother. অনেক উঠছে তো উঠে মারো
A bit of cloud around, but nothing ominous, nothing to threaten. This is, we're almost into the winter here. Don't expect any rain in Sylhet. Just past the infield. Good coverage has been quite noticeable. The manner in which they've thrown themselves around, made sure that the ball doesn't go past for easy runs.
You said it, a good passage of play, but can they make it count? How long can they make it tough for Ireland to just find runs? That one's a slight misfield. Standing quite close, so has to react pretty quickly, Momino. but definitely the pressure's on here, and it's having a sense of knowing that this particular phase, or this small little gap here, that you have put pressure on the batters, and an opportunity may not be too far away.
It's a continuation of that pressure with some disciplined bowling, making the batter virtually play every ball. Nothing they can relax about. Down the wicket, gives him the charge. He appeals it. Oh, that's very unfortunate from the the batter's perspective. If it was past those wickets, stumps when are hit, possibly would have gone for 4.
Use of the feet, a little bit uppish. The extra fielder for Bangladesh, the stumps.
Even if you hit the most perfect of straight shots, you don't get the desired benefits. He goes for the slog sweep. This time he connects sweetly. This time it goes for the maximum. What a good way to finish the over. They go over the 200 mark at the end of the 63rd over. Ireland at 202 for 4. Excellent partnership. 52 it's worth now of 118 balls. 29 to Lorcan Tucker, 44 to Curtis Campher. They've been there for Ireland for some time. They've made this innings look much better. 202 they've reached with the loss of 4 wickets.
We're talking about the pressure. We're talking about what could release it. And there it is. Clears the front leg, makes good contact, makes great contact. All the way for 6. That's part of the game where you almost think to yourself, massive exhale. A deep breath of relief. That you may be just thinking that, well, you can get on top of the bowler.
And immediately you can see a reflection of the release of pressure with that last delivery where a single was taken much more comfortably than they were trying to achieve earlier overs. Oh, gone! That is a super delivery. He enticed him, and it's Hassan Murad getting his first wicket in test matches. Good, quick catch taken by Najmul Hussain, the skipper, and the crowd is elated.
Yeah. The release of pressure over a go pays some sort of dividends until that happens. Frustration from the captain. Why haven't we held all of them like this? But for that young man, his first wicket in international cricket. And a big one with yet another set batter having to leave. Campher goes for 44. It's 203 for 5.
Ireland seem to set up some kind of defense, some kind of partnership. Once they get that started, they lose a wicket. In comes Andy McBride. 503 runs, 450s, very good average. It needs to be there to steady the rocking boat.
Yeah, and he's out there because the debutant slower through the air again. 79 kilometers. Purchase. Turn. Outside edge. Skipper takes a good catch.
Yeah, I think they were threatening. They knew that they had to break this partnership. Got it. Yeah, wear a couple of hats. Skipper will be happy. You're right. It's frustration showing because they dropped some catches. Some good work in the field also. Bring them back. Ireland will be pondering. Do all the hard work, get the innings settled down into some kind of course, and then suddenly, against the run of play, you lose a wicket. Things for them to rectify for the future. Hasan Murad will be very, very pleased with his first wicket. Andy McBride now is waiting for the fielders to settle down. There's a slip, backward point, short cover, mid-off on the offside. Fielder coming in just behind square on the leg side. There's a deepish mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, rather straight, and a mid-on. Oops. Najmul Shanto still not happy with the field placements. To settle down again.
Andy McBride, who's been a saviour for Ireland over the last few test matches. In fact, throughout the difficult times that maybe Ireland have faced when they're batting, he's come in at the right time. He's been able to link the middle order with the lower order. Very dogged in his approach. They're missing Mark Adair, who is another one who can offer something with the bat, but this man, McBride, crucial to the lower and middle order.
Well, half a shot there, nothing of any interest to the umpire, and that concludes over number 64. It's 203 for 5.
There's some decent scores there, but when you see a batter getting across and scoring 50 or more, you would expect that particular batter to continue and try to find a way to get to the triple figure mark. That has not happened. There's some good partnerships, but the wickets at crucial stages of the game has given Bangladesh more hope in terms of restricting Ireland not to score too many in their first outing. Good afternoon, Isabel Joyce.
Good afternoon. Yeah, well said, because something Andy Balbirnie spoke about before this test series was that that Ireland are yet to bat a team out of a test. They had that opportunity early on with numbers 2 and 3 getting in, getting set, a partnership of 96, and plenty of batters getting going, but no one yet to go on. So yeah, it's definitely something they'll want to work on. One good point for Ireland is that 2 of their top 4 did make scores, and that's been a little bit of a chink in the armour, albeit it's only their 11th test, so we won't put too much store by it.
This test cricket, you need to understand your role as a batter, and then when you come back on the field, and you, obviously as a bowling unit, 5 days you need to grind it out and make sure that you're at the top. Talk about session, one session after another. 94 for one in the first session was a good going from Ireland, but in the second session they lost 3 wickets for 90 runs and already 1 down in this session. So clawing back Bangladesh.
A real positive for Ireland in their test match team, that man at the crease, Andy McBride. First left-hander we've had out there, but second highest run scorer in test cricket in this 11. And he's in the team mainly for his off-spin bowling, so that's not bad going.
2 of 4 for 5. Picking up the tea leaves, famous for tea, Sylhet. Nicely played, just gone past the fielder. Probably have some part of the hand, or might not go all the way. Pulled back by Taijul Islam. They played some shots of note, which suggests that they do get themselves adapted to conditions which are alien to them when they play at home in Ireland.
Yeah, I think the thing that's been interesting recently in Ireland is the pitches have just improved hugely, especially this summer, because we had really good weather early on. So domestic cricket in particular, there were high scores, but also these players were brought up on pitches that would have moved around a lot. They've got experience of both very good pitches and then seaming green tops. I think if we've got a top 6 or 7 nation coming for one-day internationals, you might see a little bit more green on the surface, try and make use of our home conditions. But they look pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, there's no sharp turn when you talk about pitches, especially when you come to this part of the world. You expect the ball to take sharp turn from day one. In Test cricket, it hasn't happened. So which suggests that this is still a good pitch to bat on. If you put your mind to it and if you're patient enough to just bat along. .200 already on the board. If they were 1 or 2 down, would have been a perfect start for Ireland.
It could have been a few more down though if the catches had been taken. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Just waiting on a bit of width. Andy McBride getting his account up and running with a boundary to close out that over. He's shown patience. 211 for 5.
Yeah, the most runs for Ireland in Test cricket is Locan has gone past 600 runs, and McBride gone past 500. Both are in the middle for Ireland, which is good for them. Average of 46, just above 46 for Tucker. So you can expect a good partnership very much possible because we've seen the kind of experience they have, even though not playing too many test matches. But these are the two players in the middle for Ireland who've done the bulk of batting and the runs.
And I think it's something that will have helped as well when you're coming in as a debutant like Cade Carmichael, or not even for him, but for the coaching team, putting a youngster in like that, you know that you have that middle order that has scored a lot of runs in the context of the number of games Ireland have played. So 200 for 5 when you've got your two highest run scorers in the middle, that's pretty good on a pitch that generally you get around 285, 300 on first innings.
I think what Ireland will be hoping that they do not lose wicket from here on. If they can finish off losing 5 at the end of the day's play, they'll be very, very happy.
I'm going to blame that edge on you. They were listening to you. They don't want to lose another wicket, Ireland. Bangladesh are keen to keep the wickets tumbling. Got the one in the first session very early on as well, so they had to toil away.
Two batters have shown that, yes, they are capable of scoring runs in this format of the game on a consistent basis. 212 for 5. A shot from the drone, beautiful sight. Hassan Murad, the debutant for Bangladesh, has been put away for the maximum. That has gone all the way for a 6. So what a terrific shot that is from Tucker.
Well, this is a shot of real authority. He's waiting on that line, Lorcan Tucker. I think that's what he's choosing that shot on, because he keeps the left leg clear, gets the hands right through. Head position as well, and so much space out there on the leg side. He just has to make sure he gets it forward of square. No problems there, and in fact, it's gone all the way, so he didn't have to worry about the fielders at all. So for Murad, it's about figuring out that line. He has to get it tighter on the stumps against Tucker. Changing the field, comes across from the offside to the leg side, so that fielder in the deep will come into deep mid-wicket. Extra fielder just going behind square on the single.
The 4 sixes they've managed to hit so far. And quite a few boundaries. So it also says a little bit about the surface. If you do back yourself up and pick the right ones, then runs to be made.
Yeah, I think you were talking about the surface and how it's not been turning too much, but I think what's really been helping Ireland is that it's not been holding up at all either. That's when you know you can trust the shot. If you get the right ball and you can get the hands through. What worries you more, and what we might see a little bit more of as we go through the days of this test match, is just a little bit of unevenness in terms of how the ball comes through.
Oh, lovely, lovely delivery. He's beat him in the flight, and I think he's out the side the crease. He'll just go upstairs for a look.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for stumping. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. If we can have a look at the best side-on angle, please. Okay, foot is out of the ground. Okay. Roll it through. Okay, I'm ready to go with to the big screen. Foot is out of the ground and bails have been broken, so I'm ready for the big screen.
Going to be in favor of the bowler. It is a rocket OUT. Lovely delivery, really good piece of stumping. Really good work from Deton as well. So Tucker departs for 41. Ireland 218 for 6. Another debutant for Ireland, Jordan Neal, just 24 years of age. What a beautiful delivery from Hassan Murad to get his second scalp.
Sometimes you can tell how good it is by what the batter has done. He's completely done Lorcan Tucker there, drawn him forward. Look how far forward his bat is there as he's feeling for the ball that's just come in with the arm, turned away. And great work behind the stumps as well. Lytton Das taking it nice and close. All he had to do was bring it back to the stumps a couple of inches because Lorcan Tucker made his way back pretty quickly. A good piece of cricket all round for Bangladesh. And the debutant Jordan Neal in at number 8.
And all of a sudden, when you're talking about the pitch has played perfectly, very nicely into the hands of the batters, and all of a sudden we see the ball doing this. I mean, the one that he got a wicket earlier on also turned. This one turns and quite sharply.
Yeah, Jordan Neal just kept his eyes down for a little bit longer than you might expect because he's just hoping it hasn't taken the edge.
After being hit for a 6, he comes back strongly and picks up the wicket. 218 for 6.
A little bit away. Hey man, that's it. Center one there.
Starts, but not big ones. 4 so far made an impression. None going across to make a bigger impression with the bat. Right. The 2 new batters in the middle now. Bangladesh will be hoping that they can pick a few more before the end of the day's play.
Second time that's happened, isn't it? 96 for 2, then 97 for 3 earlier on in the day. And then 𝗂𝗃𝗃 and Lorcan Tucker going in quick succession. So that's something that Ireland won't be too pleased with. The other thing is that no one's gone on to make a big score. 2 wickets each for Murad and Miraz.
Pick up a single just to the right of the fielder, Hassan Mahmood at a cover point.
And he got his one-day international cap earlier in the summer, but you feel like the test cap means that bit more. Jordan Neal suffered an injury in that series and he got halfway through the bowling innings. He's back strong. He's getting his first bat in international cricket, and it's in test cricket, if you don't mind. Number 7, known more for his power maybe than patience. I say he's in at number 7. It's actually 8, but he was carded as coming in at number 7. So I wonder what made Ireland make that change to what they'd written down their team sheet. Andy McBride was supposed to come in after Jordan Neal. Might have been situational.
Yeah, McBride is also the left-hander, so probably just going in and present something different to the spinners. Needs to be careful here, trying to play inside the line of the ball, posing the off stump and the middle stump. 19 for 6. He's been impressive, Hassan Murad, on debut from Cox's Bazar. Also in good nick in the recent NCL, the first class format. Picked up 11 wickets in 3 matches. He's in definitely in a good groove to be able to pick up wickets and then getting an opportunity to represent his country in Test cricket. He now looks a lot more settled, isn't he?
Absolutely. That first spell this morning feels like forever ago. And bowled too full, just as you can imagine. A little bit of nerves, I'd imagine, on his first outing. I wonder, was he looking at the batter or did he lose his footing? We'll go with the second.
Yeah, 165 wickets in first-class cricket for Hassan Murad. He's got the hang of playing the longest format. Waiting in the wings to get an opportunity. He's got one and he's picked up 2. There you go, add 2 more wickets, 167 now. I mean, I don't mind that sweep because he's played with the spin.
A good option. He's been patient. He just spotted a little bit of a difference in length there, maybe. Andy McBride, I'll be frustrated he didn't manage to find the gap between those 2 fielders on the leg side.
That's a better line. It's a maiden, 219 for 6. Well, that's what the bowlers have done. 𝗬𝗪𝗪 has missed out on picking up the wicket. The rest are among the wickets. They're keeping a little bit low.
I just worry about Jordan Neal on the back foot here. This was the quicker delivery, 5th ball of the last over. Look at that length and the pace to go back. Won't manage to keep out too many of those, and that's why the reaction. Managed to pick the length correctly, gets the single, gets off the mark in Test cricket.
Cricket in the middle, cricket just outside. One of the most popular game in Bangladesh. Any opportunity whatsoever, they'll go and start playing cricket.
Is it 12 if you hit the motorbike? I think should be local rules.
That doesn't happen in Bangladesh. I don't know about Ireland though. Back and across. There you go. That's gone. Yeah, very nice.
Well, in Ireland, backyard cricket, it's 6 and 8. So if you lose the ball, your day done. Doesn't look like they're going to get rid of that guy, though.
There have been moments for Bangladesh that they would have disappointed, especially the first session, referring to drop catches. But since then, they've come back strongly, even though there were a partnership which looked to take Ireland to respectability. But because they've lost wickets at regular intervals, they've now managed to lose 6 wickets. That just puts them on the back foot. 220 on the board. And there were 4 batters who looked pretty decent. And they're willing to play late and off the back foot.
And just back to that point you make about Bangladesh putting down chances, I think both teams will rue opportunities missed to really stamp their authority on this game. Ireland definitely could look back and think a few full shots gave wickets away as opposed to them being got out. By the same point, Bangladesh have created chances that they've then put down.
I think the delivery which deserved a wicket was the one of Tucker. Got stumped. There was a sharp turn. But if you look at the other mode of dismissal, probably they could have avoided to play a little bit aggressive. There was certainly sense of aggressiveness when they tried to play those shots. That one coming back with the arm. Lovely delivery. Ireland 220 for 6.
.220 for 6, Ireland, having won the toss, deciding to have a bat first. Inching closer to that first innings average. 260 plus on this ground. 4 test matches played here. They want to deter that. Hassan Murad is in that sort of a mood. Oh, did not get hold of it. Catching opportunity through the hands of Mushfiqur Rahim. Batters will come back for the second. So welcome. Wish a very good afternoon to Ed Rainsford.
Samanoy, how are you? That's number 5 now for the day. Bangladesh, their catching has not been good. Granted, this one, Mushfiqur had to move to his left. He gets there, and then the catch goes down.
Pitching it up, asking the batter go through with the shot. He took the bait at the first delivery. Wasn't the easiest of chances, though, to be fair.
As I mentioned, he had to make a bit of ground, but he does make the ground, and then he gets there. Ooh, look at that for a view. That's spectacular. That's up on the hill there, to the left of the commentary box. Great seating area. Massive grass embankment.
You could get a glimpse of what's on their right. That's the commentary box. Wouldn't be too bad if we're sitting there and calling the game. But you need a front-on view to understand the ball's turning. Batter is getting deceived. Hassan Murad is getting the maximum purchase of this surface on day one.
That's what I mentioned earlier in a commentary stint with Shamim Chowdhury, that the slower bowler, and his pace being the slowest, is getting the most purchase. You can see that, it's evident. And he's operating between 78 to about 82. And pace is key in this part of the world in terms of getting some sort of purchase out of the surface. 222 for 6.
Picturesque stadium and a great shot taken by the drone of one of Eddie's favorite stadiums.
It really is one of the favorite stadiums that I like coming to. I think a lot more cricket should be played here. It is set in a beautiful part of the tea gardens. Excellent seating area and has this open nature to it. There it is. Yeah, it's got a lot of character, I believe. Perfectly situated. Look, there's other stadiums around the world that are also fantastic, that are also part of my favorite list. Newlands in Cape Town, that's a beautiful stadium. The Wanderers, in the way that it's set up in Johannesburg as well, it's a bit of a coliseum, but you always feel that you're close to the action. Adelaide, also a beautiful stadium. And then the stadiums in New Zealand that are just picturesque. Mangonui. Then there's Galle in Sri Lanka. Oh, beauty. I tell you what, it's all about the pace and the line and the guile that undoes McBride here. He had it on a string, did Miraz, and he just drew him, and the wicketkeeper does the rest.
Indeed, he has bowled with a lot of guile, deceiving the batter through the gate, and Litondaj doing the rest. Looking to play across the line was Andy McBride, but he departs for 5. Miraz gets the better of him. Ireland are 2-2 for 7. And that will call for drinks. Couple past 50s, couple in the 40s. They got the starts, but could not capitalize. It's the story of this scorecard, especially having won the toss. 73rd over, lost their 7th. Mediasan Miraz, with his variations, getting the better of Andy McBride as Leighton Dash completes his 2nd stumping in this innings.
It's a shot that Andy McBride will not want to look at it again. Miraz picks up his 3rd. Stuck to their guns, the bowlers. Tygel's the only one not to pick up a wicket. The rest amongst the wickets. The Miraz being the pick. Yeah. I don't look back at today and think opportunities, especially with the batters that get in, especially in the subcontinent where when you get a start, you have to push the ascendancy. You have to get a big score because you've done all the hard work and you're at one with the pitch and you're in a situation where you can dominate with the batters. Different when you're coming in as a new batter and trying to figure out a method or a way, whereas 4 or 5 of these batters in the Irish lineup have found a way, have got opportunities, and then have got out. Barry McCarthy. Well, best of 11. A great deal to talk about there in terms of runs. So they should be thinking here, could we be batting by the end of today?
But there's a reason we're bringing this up, because you're playing 10 test matches or less. It's a different topic altogether, especially when you've done the hard work. You're in the middle, you're getting runs, you face 50, 60 or more deliveries. You're in there, you've assessed the conditions, you understand the pace and bounce. This is only day 1 of the test match. You could make Bangladesh pay.
I mean, that's a great point, but on the flip side of that, you almost think to yourself, because of how big the gaps are between their test matches, have they got into a method or a rhythm of knowing what it's like to always score big hundreds? I think it's more when you're playing ODI cricket, there's a lot of starts, and 60s and 70s will get you in, will get you across the line. We'll come back to that. End of the over. That's a wicket maiden. 2-2 for 7.
That partnership for the second wicket, 96 runs, having lost their captain for naught, is the top of the partnerships. Virat continues. As you're saying, Eddie, a valid point. You mentioned how it's important that you practice. Practice makes perfect, as they say. It's all about the habit. White ball cricket, quick impact. Not getting to play regularly at this level and also this format. You know, Ireland playing their first test in 275 days, Bangladesh playing their first test in 137 days.
Yeah, just to finish up on that point about the starts. When you have a number of starts in Test cricket and you're playing so regularly, it does give you a sense of understanding of your game and when to pull back and when to push the ascendancy. Whereas Ireland have had a great deal of stop-starts, but in the numbers that you've given us, it's not as if it's a stop now when we go. It's a stop and wait and wait and wait and wait until you have your next opportunity in Test cricket. But the way they've approached their Test cricket, even when I covered the game against Zimbabwe, they do it with a level of simplicity that is quite effective. And I believe if they played more, that simplicity would really flourish. And these players would find themselves in Test cricket and find a way out of tough situations. That period of waiting. But in this particular series, they don't have to wait long because they go to Mirpur for their next Test match, which is days apart, which is a positive for them. I worry what happens after that.
Second test about to commence on the 19th November. For that, there's plenty of cricket left. This is only day one. 74 overs done. It's 2-2-3 for 7. Persisting with both the spinners who have got him success. Ras from the rocket end, but on the shorter end, and through the field it goes for a 4.
Yeah, much needed runs. 7 down. You take whatever you get now. Beats the fielder, and then the outfield does the rest, really. Oh, no, no, no. Who is that? I think that's Tigel, is it? Yeah, hurt his finger earlier in the day, so maybe a bit tentative. And then my other point is that Ireland play a lot of their Test cricket against Afghanistan and Zimbabwe. So to be playing against Bangladesh, who are in the World Test Championship, this particular series doesn't contribute to that, but it allows Ireland to venture into the unknown against Bangladesh. Before, we've seen Test matches against the West Indies and then against Sri Lanka. Ireland played England at Lord's, I think, in one Test match. Actually had them in trouble at one stage. Yeah, 2019 had England in all sorts of trouble. And so the point is also Ireland are not playing against
a lot of the other test playing nations and getting that much needed experience and exposure. So when you look at these starts, you've got to delve a little bit deeper into the method and the journey of getting there. They don't do it that often that they know when they get to 60, this must be 150. Or they get to 40, the difficult pitch, that's 110. On most occasions, they only play the one test. In Zimbabwe, I was actually talking to Izzy earlier, and that one test match against Zimbabwe, they played beautifully. They won that test match, and there was so much time left in the series to actually play another one, but they didn't. But it's expensive as well, and that's another conversation. 228 for 7.
To speak of it, there you go. Graphics shows you the test matches they've played, and yeah, that solitary test match against Afghanistan in 2024 versus Zimbabwe, 2024 one test match, one in 2025, even going back to 2023 when they came to Bangladesh. That solitary test match. So spot on you are, Eddie. An interesting fact. And even when they're home, I think weather plays a major role in what sort of a surface they can provide for the players to play on and prepare themselves. But despite having said all of this, I've actually been quite impressed by the simplicity they have, because might quite often tend to think good running between the wickets. We'll get back to that. Might tend to think that, oh, you're going to the subcontinent, to Bangladesh, there could be spinning tracks, what are they going to offer? Overthink about it and then end up complicating situation.
I don't know if you remember, there was an intercontinental ICC tournament where Ireland played against Afghanistan, the likes of the Netherlands, Scotland. It was 4-day cricket, and that was there to give the associates, in inverted commas, the opportunity to learn how to play the longer format. And consequently, Afghanistan and Ireland have then got test status. But I felt in that particular tournament, Ireland and the likes of Afghanistan actually played a lot more longer version cricket than they're actually doing now. And I did mention how expensive test cricket is to host and to have the broadcasts. It's not an easy endeavor for the likes of Ireland and Afghanistan. You talk about perhaps stadiums and stadia and conditions. There has to be a great deal of investment that goes into that as well. I do feel, and this is what happened to Zimbabwe this year, they were invited to England to play a test match. It was a 4-day test match, but England fit the whole bill. And they're playing their part in trying to pull another test playing nation that perhaps doesn't have a lot of the resources, because they probably don't have the TV rights and so on and so forth, but they're playing their part in pulling that particular team along. And I think England have a part to play for Ireland. They've got 18 counties, and in the past some of their players have gone there and played county cricket, but I think there's an opportunity there to give back to the game. Now we have a look at this one. More turn. Beats the outside edge. We're going to see a little bit more of that as we move forward, aren't we? And I think England can do the same for the West Indies. Australia can do the same for New Zealand. India have done it for Afghanistan.
Then the arm ball followed up after the delivery that turned 233 for 7.
চলো মির্চে
Hassan Murad bowling brilliantly. This pair bowling in tandem, Miraz and Murad. Range guys who think and wonder what's there in Test cricket. They're all enjoying. Focus. Come in different ages, get your sunglasses out. Mothers helping out, and then enjoy a day of Test cricket. You're going back to your conversation, that also boils down to the relations each board has with the other. And someone like a Paul Stirling acknowledging and also expressing gratitude for the fact that he's played county cricket. Otherwise, he wouldn't be half the cricketer he is, he said.
Too good, Miraj. Too good, Miraj.
So, yeah, just like elder brothers have that added responsibility. I think if that comes true, it will only bode well for cricket overall and this format in particular.
Desire to keep the game moving forward, but also pick someone up along the way and help them and invest in them so they can keep the Test game moving forward. And there's so many conversations now about having 2 tiers. You have 3 Test playing nations that are not even part of the World Test Championship. Miraj has bowled really nicely. Stays a little bit low, lucky to just get a little bit of back. Missing, but more turn. Now from the off spinner, another maiden, 233 for 7.
Ireland getting closer and closer to that average score, average first inning score. Interesting shout. Excited the Bangladesh side. My fellow colleague mentioned perhaps would have gone on to miss the leg stump.
Yeah, turned too much. Pitched on the straight, right down the tram line. The positivity there is that this pitch is now taking a little bit of turn. Or a lot, some would say. Interesting, you talk about also the investment in the game, but Zimbabwe this year have played the same amount or the most Test cricket than any other Test playing nation. I think they're either tied with Australia by the end of the year. I think it's 10 or 11 Test matches this year. Yeah, and it's just a conversation that can even go deeper and deeper, and we can continue it. I mean, so much time left, but it is an expensive endeavor. What can they eke out here? These low order batters, what can they do? Can they get first part done, a target of 250, and then look at 300? Play a couple of big shots, play a little bit of a cameo here. To get close to 300 or at 300 with some of the opportunities that have come and gone, they'll be quite happy with that, I think, Ireland.
2 balls due, 2 in a bit. 2 overs after this. Oh, that's a peach that missed everything. Hands on his head. Maiden bowled. 233 for 7.
সাইডটা একটা বল করে দেই নাকি হ্যাঁ
Bangladesh managed to scalp 3 wickets in the second session, 3 in the third, with some overs remaining. Sun is about to die. Well, this one just whiskers away from that off stump. Not too far away. Very well bowled. Changing the angle, coming around the wicket. Now, these two have bowled well in partnership, Miraz and Murad. Right arm offie and Murad on debut. They've actually complemented each other quite well. Now, having said that, new ball is due in 1.5 overs. You take the new ball straight away, get the seamers on, maybe give them a few more overs. Keeping low at times.
Yeah, Mirage has bowled nicely. Let's have a look at his pitch map. Length. Look at that, 70% in a good area. Brilliant in terms of control, accuracy, consistency. But he's always been that type of bowler. Eddie Mirage. That there is a true reflection of how well he's bowled and how successful he's bowled, and also a reflection that he's been the pick of the bowlers with that particular graphic.
Top, as mentioned earlier, he's mixed his pace up so well. First delivery of the over. Slowest till now, gradually increasing. Been so accurate overall.
And that's one of his strengths. The superpower as a bowler in terms of his consistency and his accuracy. And then when it starts turning, it's a real bonus.
28 balls, 29 make it since the last boundary. Done with the over, 2, 3, 4 for 7.
Got 11 overs left in the day here on day one of the first test match, the Bangladesh versus in Ireland series, and Ireland winning the toss, trying to claw back again. The batters seem to do a lot of the hard work, get back into some kind of position where they can try and dominate, but then the partnership gets broken and once again they have to restart. It's been like that right the way through all day today. And the ball is now gripping. Well, things to look forward to for the Bangladeshi bowlers, Arthur.
Yeah, the more I see him, the more I'm impressed the way he has started to handle himself with the ball. Hassan Morad, brilliant, excellent line and length. And there you go. Now, how did that not hit the stumps? Incredible, unbelievable.
What about that? Look at the drip. Look at where it pitched. Yeah, even Liton Dash is mystified. Look at it, almost pitching on middle and leg and missing everything. Bad gloves, pad, wicket. Wow, goodness. That will make the batter think. And he knows how close he was to a wicket.
Yeah, initially probably early nerves, but when he started to get his rhythm going in his favor, Hasan Murad looking right now a dangerous bowler on day one of this first test match. His last delivery before that was literally unplayable.
And it's the mettle of a bowler. If you can read the situation and exploit the condition. Young man in his first game, little tardy early on, but once he found his line and length, the rhythm was there on a consistent basis. Just like that, he keeps on. If you put a penny over there, he keeps on hitting that penny every time. 80 overs done, 234 for 7. Well, despite the fact that the ball has been turning the older ball, with the completion of 80 overs, the new ball has been taken by Najmul Hussain Shanto. Bit of a surprise for all of us up here because the spinners seem to be in control in the last few overs, getting amongst the wickets too. Even the last over was a maiden from Hasan Murad, but the captain reckons that with 10 overs to come, he'll try the pace of Hassan Mahmood and Nahid Rana to rattle the Irish batters. McCarthy on 2 of 20 deliveries, Neil 13 of 36 deliveries. Haven't had it their way. Hasn't been easy for them. And now with the fresh new cherry, it's going to be even tougher. Let's see if the ball does swing. Didn't in the early morning. What can it do in the afternoon? 2 slips and a gully in position for Hassan Mahmood. Oh, waft. Don't want to do that.
First ball of a second new ball, and his feet has gone nowhere. He's trying to hit it, smash it on the offside. McCarthy. Have a look at his feet. Doesn't even get close to the pitch of the delivery and slash it square on the offside.
Just pressure building up, making him do silly things. Really need to get in line with the ball. Wow, he's not going to hang about. Very, very lucky there. Could have gone to any of those 3 converging on that miss hit.
He's done that a second time. He wanted to smash it, never in control. Bat going through a little bit quicker. Meets the ball a bit late. Could have easily gone straight into the hands. Yes, Bangladesh did drop 5 catches, and at one stage Ireland was 96 for 1.
Yeah, they've allowed Ireland to build up those little partnerships that we're talking about. It's just to the present. I'm just thinking what's going through McCarthy's mind. Why on earth is he thinking of taking on a bowler who's come in with a new ball the end of the day? Just can't sort out his thought process. Can't hit yourself out of trouble. You've got to play a disciplined, patient knock. He's capable of it. Taking his time in getting the couple of runs he has. Shown some patience and needs to show some more resilience. Just like that, yeah. Play the ball to its merit.
Yeah, the point that I'm trying to make is from 96 for 1 in 26.2 overs, 234 for 7. So that's 138 runs for the loss of 6 wickets in 53 overs. Make that 222 when they lost that 7th wicket. There has been a mini collapse, so you got to give credit to Bangladesh to bring themselves back, because at one stage it looked like they would have posted a lot more and lose fewer wickets.
Two minds, thought of having a little poke at that one, and it just aborted at the last moment, seeing that little bit of shape away from the right-hander. Yeah, I see your point, Arthur. I think you just felt that Bangladesh have done well. As we have another look at this, boarded it, and absolutely right. Despite those 5 dropped catches, they can say that the bowlers have done the job in restricting Ireland to this score so far. Good job in the end, despite the dropped catches. Oh, now big appeal. Did he get a bit of bat to that one? Rather half-hearted, that appeal at the end. Don't think they're going to ponder a review. He doesn't. 81 overs done. 234 for 7. Taking advantage of 2 or 3 dropped catches early on, Kurt Carmichael and Paul Stirling built up that 95-run partnership. And then there were a couple of others, 53-run partnerships on 2 occasions, but really could not compound to bigger numbers. The Irish and Bangladesh kept on pegging away and pegging away, ensuring just they did not get that platform that would really get them to good numbers. Oh dear. Hands on heads again, just getting the inside edge. Very lucky.
On both the occasions, he wanted to play that big booming drive on the offside, and both times it's an inside edge. It's a new ball. It's not going to turn that much. It's going to probably come back with the arm. He's lucky. We could have easily gone on to hit the stumps.
Astute decision taken by Najmul Hasan Shanto in continuing with the new ball. And the guy who succeeded with the old ball, half a stop there once again, chases after it. They get a couple of runs.
Yeah, he was looking in a really good rhythm with that old ball, Hasan Murad. So and when he did decide that yes, he's going to take the second new ball, maybe perhaps not a bad idea to have 2 seamers operating in tandem.
Well, I think he really wants to see what Murad can do even with the new ball, with the proud seam. Maybe if he doesn't get that success in this over, he'll bring in Nahid Rana from this end.
Phil Simmons and the coaching staff will still be looking at that fielding lapses, the catching, because they don't want to see that that get repeated the next time around. Want to make a better effort. That is a lovely shot. Just waited and was in the right position to put it away, to pick up a boundary to finish the over. 241 for 7.
Well, that little experiment with the new ball and Hassan Murad didn't come off. This is the last ball of the previous over. No turn, comfortable to use the depth of the crease, get behind the line. He had a pretty good part of the bat. Nicely stroked through for 4 runs. Might see the end of Hassan Murad for the day. But it's Hassan Mahmood now into his 12th over. He's bowled quite economically, 2.91, taken a wicket.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be hoping to take the rest of the 3 wickets as quickly as possible. We'll have to wait and see whether that will happen before the close of play today. But what will be going into their mind is how will they bat on the surface when they have that opportunity with the bat. It has looked a decent pitch to bat on. Opportunities for top order batters to show some form if they do get in and get set.
Yeah, another inside edge onto the pads. Didn't know where the ball had ended up. Yeah, the point you're making, that this is what the Irish batters could not do. They got in, they seemed to have got set, but that eventually could not really compound the runs to bigger numbers. Have another look at this. Inside edge, touch onto the pads, could have gone anywhere. That's seeded doubt in the batter's mind. Only bowling at 132 clicks. What Hassan Mahmood does so well is his consistency and accuracy. Short. Swivel round, didn't quite get hold of it. Opportunity missed.
Yeah, we've seen Hassan Mahmood to bring the ball back in to the right-handers, the in-swingers. That was a short one, he misses out. But after bowling quite a few deliveries which comes back into the right-hander, you give an indication that that is my line of attack and that is what I want to do. But also, the back of his mind, Hassan Mahmood's mind, is to probably try to bowl the one that can just hold its line or maybe just move away from the right-hander with 2 slips and a gunny he'll place.
He keeps on pegging away, and his majority of the balls that he's bowled have come in at that angle. Hasn't seen a deliberate effort to do what you're mentioning. Just pitch it outside that line, the corridor of uncertainty. The ball might hit the seam, go either way. And if it goes the other way, there's ample opportunity to induce the edge and get those slips on the gully into action. Maybe just try and increase his repertoire. Well, Nahid Rana is outside the ground, so we possibly see a continuation of one of the spinners. I hope it's nothing serious. Oh, once again, hurries through to him.
And what is a mini collapse, wasn't it? 6 wickets for 126 runs. Showing that they really don't go big. 241 on the board, Shamim, not a bad effort. But when you see a captain winning the toss and deciding to bat first, you want to set the test match up. They haven't been able to do that.
Gets behind the line, it's a maiden over. It's the 83rd of the innings, 241 for 7. The shadows lengthening here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. The floodlights are coming on. It's pretty decent light out there. No problems with play carrying on. It's going to be spin again from this end because Nahid Rana is off the field. going to be Taijul Islam, surprisingly without a wicket. His 18th over. So that little experiment with Hasan Murad has not worked with the new ball. Let's see what this old campaigner can do. Taijul Islam is no mug with starting with the new ball. He's done it before, various occasions, and it's pretty uncanny in the manner he gets his wickets, even with the new ball.
The last session has been good for Bangladesh. They've picked up 3 for 57 in the 28 overs. This is the 28th over. Even the second session was good for them when they did pick up 3 for 90. It was only the first session when it looked that Ireland will go on to post a really big total. Down the wicket, not in control. He will come back for a very comfortable second.
Yeah, shaping to play it straighter down the line over maybe the mid-on area. Got the thick part of the bat, and it's the flourish of the bat, as you'll see here. As he comes down and meets that, took it further squarer than he intended initially. Good sliding pickup. That's excellent. Yes, trying to place the ball away from that point fielder to no avail. Bit of a cat and mouse being played out here by the two teams. The remaining 6 overs after this. Ireland want to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets.
Nahid Rana is back in the field and he's loosening up at mid-on. Give them the indication that he might just come on to bowl.
Waits, just rocks back onto his back foot. And a little fumble, but only a single eventually being taken. Recovers quickly, does Hasan Mahmood. 244 for 7.
এটা বাইরে you got to change your bowler.
Evening sets in here in lovely Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Beautiful surrounds, and it's Nahid Rana back on. 1 for 54 in his 13 overs. Captain ringing the changes in terms of bowling. Stands its ground. Oh, in the air for a while, through the gap between the slips and gully. 4 rather fortuitous runs, I thought, there.
Where is the third slip? You have someone who can bowl 140 clicks, and you don't have a third slip in place. That's what's going to happen. It goes through the gap between the second slip and the gully fielder.
Yeah, and with the new ball too. Only in the 5th over, the second new ball. Oh, under edge. Is living dangerously is McCarthy.
It looks like that he wants to just play shots, whether it's spin or pace. Don't understand why or what reason he finds that he can go and try to do that again, trying to play that pull shot, the ball not really close enough for the bat. And you don't have too much time. You can another maybe 20 minutes maximum of 5 overs or so.
It's better, and if he gets the runs in this manner, the think tank must be watching closely at the attitude of McCarthy, will be a tad worried with his approach. No question about that. And there's a little chat in the middle, which is good, from Neil. Just telling each other, just cool it down. We've got just about 5.5 overs left. Just play out the day. If you can survive till the end without losing a wicket, that'll be some achievement after they've lost 7 wickets. Najmul Hasan Shanta will be thinking otherwise. Just to finish off on a high, get another wicket before the end of play. That's what the Bangladeshi supporters are hoping for. Nicely behind that, and that's very good. Just a different kind of approach from Neil. Got 14 of 45. He's prepared to get behind the line and play more solidly in a defensive mode.
He's also just moving towards the leg side. So a good option for Nahid Rana is to try to hit the top of the off stump. Because if he does move leg side, he might just get or go a little bit slow to cover those off stump.
Nice, beautifully done. Compact looking punch through the covers. It was pitched up and he immediately pounced on it. Super shot.
Top shot. Now, if you can play shots like that, just stick to it, because you really don't want to see batters trying to play or take too many chances. Lovely, beautiful shot. That's the best shot he has played so far in the short little innings of 18. 250 up.
It's 253 for 7 now. And that's the way to go. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Uses the pace of the bowler to play it back with that little punch. No real follow through with the bat. Perfect. And he backs away and gets the ball to just squirt away towards backward point and scamper through for the second run. So it's a very good over in terms of runs for the Irish. 11 from it, 255 for 7. The split of the 50s for Ireland. 67 the first one, slowed down. The third one was a tad quicker, but now they're just about playing for end of day, so you won't see things speeding up.
And that's turning out to be an important little partnership here. 34 important runs being added to a total of 256. Runs do matter, will matter. I reckon even though they've played some shots that they could have avoided, and still have managed to add 34 important runs for the 8th wicket.
Persisting with the slip on the forward short leg. Neil does get the thick outside part of the bat and races away. No protection there. Third man scratching his head. What did I do wrong? Wonders Taijul.
Yeah, another boundary. Played it late, just trying to open the face of the bat, and once it's in the gap, there was a boundary written all over it.
The new ball is not really helping the spinners at all. Tried it with Hassan, and now Taijul. Najmul Hasan Shanta deciding to take the new ball as soon as it was available. Tried Hassan Mahmood, pace, then Hassan Murad with spin. Brought in Nahid Rana, pace from the other end. Now Taijul Islam. They were doing well with the old ball prior to that. Slip on a gully.
Yeah, 26 runs in 5.4 overs with the second new ball. Going almost above 5 runs in an over with the second new ball. And this time clears the field and is gone for a huge 6.
Wow, what a strike that is. He's really fancying himself against the new ball, not having a desired effect. It's gone exactly the opposite direction, with the batters finding it more comfortable to negotiate the balls and thump them around and tonk them over the top. This is a spectacular shot, oozing with confidence, and goes all the way. Good comeback delivery, quicker through the air. Has to hurry down on it. Despite that, an 11-run over, 266 for 7. "22 runs with a 6 and 3/4 in the last 12 balls. It tells you the manner in which Ireland have fought back. They've shown some bravado, say nothing of some good techniques in hitting the ball around the ground. Don't normally expect a team to change gears right at the end of the day, when you think that maybe they'll just play out the remaining overs. But these two, particularly Neil, has a different attitude. Mehdi Hasan Miraj now.
I think the debutant, Jordan Neal, has been impressive. Very impressive. The way he's handled himself in the middle, especially the second new ball. He's looked to be in an attacking frame of mind. And he's played some lovely shots. That's why the partnership is worth 44. Really good.
It takes experience. You're absolutely right. With newcomer playing his first match, shows a lot of maturity on his young shoulders in deciphering the fact that the new ball isn't doing anything for the spinners. It's a reasonably safe option to take the spinners on once the bowler gets it a little offline or a little short in length. Very positive attitude. McCarthy has been a little different. He's tried to hit the balls, particularly from the paces, but now he's just watered it down slightly. That's good from the Irish perspective.
I think he might have just got it wrong here, Nazmul Shanto. His decision has been perfect. When you see someone like Hassan Murad getting the turn and bounce in that particular over, and immediately decided to take the second new ball in the next over. It's a maiden, 266 for 7.
Neil Jordan and Barry McCarthy put in 44 runs together. Some turn for Taijul, but it seems like they are enjoying themselves in the middle. Jordan Neal and Barry McCarthy expressing themselves, particularly in the last few overs. 2 more overs to go after this. So welcome back Isabel Joyce must be happy with the proceedings so far.
I'm very happy to see another debutant starting to look comfortable at this level. Jordan Neal, he was looking like he was struggling to pick the length early on last time I was on a while ago. Things have changed since then. Something that you know about Jordan Neal, he's a strong player. Once he gets in position, which he's started to do, he can get the hands through, and that just shows the class that he does possess. I think for me, that drive through the offside shot of the day. Now, this one isn't far behind. How he's managed to get that delivery to go there is anyone's guess. And that one's just stayed low. But the one thing that I've worried about from the beginning of his innings to now is he really wants to stay on the back foot. This one's staying low. He's done well, though, on a number of occasions to get the bat out in time, and afterwards he lets you know that he felt it stayed low as well.
There again, off the back foot. 3 boundaries and a 6, and that 6 was a maximum by quite the distance. It was a big hit. A maiden from Taiju. It is 266 for 7. Two more overs to go in the day's play, if light permits. The sun is setting here. The city of tea gardens, bit of a shout, sliding down the leg it would be. Talking of air, Izzy, that Barry McCarthy is someone who enjoys to have a go at it with the bat in hand. Seen a bit of that. 2 boundaries, is it?
Yeah, well, you and I were listening to our co-commentators talking about his approach, and maybe he should, you know, play with a little bit more sense, play a bit more within himself. It's not really the Barry McCarthy way, although he is playing defensively now, perhaps because there's only a couple of overs left. But by and large, Barry McCarthy is a shot-a-ball type of guy. He quite rightly believes that the guys ahead of him in the order should be scoring the bulk of the runs. Change of angle. Raz coming round the wicket now.
Deep mid-wicket in place. Barry McCarthy. Yeah, but I admired the fact how they've switched gears. I think they've enjoyed the new ball coming in, which skids on. Enjoy hitting that more, but now with just 8 more deliveries remaining in the day, they're applying caution.
Yeah, well, before today, Barry McCarthy scored 12 runs in 4 innings, and he's on 17 today alone. So he's doubled and added some, and more again. The angle change not doing the job. 1 run off the final delivery, 267 for 7.
Light getting dimmer. Floodlights are on. Quicker delivery targeting the stumps. Taiju, the Dutch Bangla Bank. An interesting stat just gave Izzy. Barry McCarthy scoring 17 runs in the past few innings, and he's gone past that in this single innings. I reckon that itself, you can take it to him and convince him to bat a bit more, maybe.
Well, the thing is, he's actually scored a 50 against India. Barry McCarthy, very entertaining innings at Malahide, so he knows full well that he can do it. It's whether he wants to do it. But he generally scores the runs if he's going to, in a quick fashion. That's the point I'm trying to get at. So it's the attacking shots that he practices most as opposed to the defensive ones. And I suppose with T20 cricket the way it is, he adds value to the team in that aspect with his bat, and that's what he practices most. But good to see him applying himself this afternoon, as Ireland look to take their batting innings into day 2.
Runs on offer. Pierces the field. Hassan Mahmood with the chase. Sides in. Third is on, and they will complete it. Runs on offer. They're grabbing it. They'll take as many as they can, Ireland.
Brilliant running from both batters, but Jordan Neal in particular, he wanted 3 from the off. Tough for the Bangladesh fielders at this point in the game. Legs feeling heavy, especially for Hassan Mahmood.
Ooh, well dealt with. Keeping low. Fighting that challenge, but equal to the task.
It's an individual technique, this from Neil. How full is that to be going back to? And for a tall man as well. The 20-year-old, though, he'll be pleased with how today has gone. 1 ball to negotiate.
Oh, shout, good shout. I reckon it is a good shout. They are loud. Ahsan Raza raises the finger. They'll have a chat. You can see it on his face. The expression tells you everything. Just had to see one more delivery off. He's taken it, referred it upstairs to Richard Illingworth.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is out. Check the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Can have a look at front on, please. Okay, just rock it back. Okay, pass this close to the inside edge. Can we have a look at ultra edge, please? Come on. Okay, just rock it back. Yeah, it looks like it's clipped the front pad. Okay, and we've got daylight between bat and ball. Roll it through. Roll it through, all the way through, please. Okay, yeah, the first spike was the ball clipping the front pad. Okay, we can go for ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Okay, we'll go back to Hassan on field to stay with his original decision. Hassan, you're on screen, please signal.
Confirmation from Richard Illingworth, and the decision is upheld. Unfortunate for Jordan Neal. Batted responsibly, 30 of 60 deliveries, but Taijul getting the better of him and getting his first wicket in this test match. Bangladesh would end on a high and would be happy going into that dressing room because of that last wicket of the very last delivery. Otherwise, these two were looking good. Jordan Neal and Barry McCarthy put together 48 of 102 deliveries. But at the end of the day, Bangladesh have managed to take 8 wickets. Only a single wicket in the first session, 3 in the next, and 4 in the final one, including that last wicket of Jordan Neal.
Well, Jordan Neal, he'll be kicking himself not to be able to negotiate that final delivery of the day, but he did make 30 from 60 deliveries on debut. The debutant Carmichael got past 50. second highest score behind Paul Stirling. Lots and lots of starts for Ireland. Camphor and Tucker both made it to 40 as well, but no one to make the big score. However, Ireland end day one on 270 for 8. Done so well up until this point. Jordan Neal generally playing on the back foot. This time he opts to come forward, and it doesn't get better than that. The middle of middle. Raza took a while to give it, but he knew that it was going into the stumps, and there's the frustration of getting out on the final delivery of the day.
So close yet so far, and finally with that wicket, Nigel amongst the wickets as well, which means all the 5 bowlers have picked up wickets. Murad on debut, getting his not only his maiden wicket, but a twofer. Still 2 more wickets to go. Miraz to pick up the bowlers 3 for 50 of his 23 overs. Well, the seamers have toiled hard. They could have had way more had they taken the opportunities early on, but recovered quite well. The session, they started quite well. So this looked pretty plumb, considering it was the back foot where Hassan Murad got his maiden wicket, and then a partnership got going. Curtis Camphor hit a few lusty blows till that catch was taken. It was a good catch taken by the Bangladesh skipper Nazmul Hussain Chanto. Second wicket for Hassan Murad. But there was quite a few partnerships in favour of Ireland, and initially they took their time, but then went after the bowling. It was well bowled, well done by 𝗃𝗏𝗃 from behind the stumps.
Yeah, Lorcan Tucker well and truly got out there, and this is another opportunity that maybe Mushfiqur could have taken. McBride just a little bit of a rush of blood to the head, deciding to come down and missing it between bat and pad. But Ireland's tail just kept on wagging. Jordan Neal and Barry McCarthy entertaining near the end of the day's play, taking their opportunities, playing some really technically correct shots, but also riding their luck on occasion. Power shown by Jordan Neal, who played all around the ground, but he couldn't quite see it to the end of the day as the final delivery from Taijul found his pad, and he was adjudged quite correctly as out.
Just got done with day 1 here in Sylhet of the Dutch Bangla Bank series. The first test match, day 2 awaits us. Tomorrow we'll be back here again, starting at 9:15 a.m. local time from the city of Tea Gardens. Look forward to having you all here again. Until then, it's a very good night from all of us, Sylhet International Cricket Stadium.